maybe at the secondary, tertiary level, not at the primary level. I think there would be a debate on that, whether, let's say, talk about a midday meal program. I'm not very certain whether the government of India would be keen to have any kind of investments from some lending agency in, these social security programs, because in case there is an issue, the impact would be too large. So probably more on a secondary, tertiary level. I mean, that is my feeling. I cannot make. I mean, I don't deal with this, so I'm not making a policy statement. But that's just how I think it is. I'll give you an example. There was an earlier session, and this was about a couple of months ago. So this was another. I'm forgetting the details, but this was a session on, I think, this was the FAO session, and this was on rice. And I was nominated as a delegate, and then I tried to take permission to speak on the forum, but then I think because there would have been policy implications, so the government did not give permission, to make any sort of statement whatsoever, because I think these issues are quite sensitive. We were talking about, we were thinking about, I mean, this was just being tossed around, that there should be a council, international council, to make recommendations for allowing, that import-export of rice, because they are, like in India, you have certain restrictions on what is the variety of rice that can be exported and so on. Like, for example, what is procured for public distribution cannot be exported. So there were some issues over there. I mean, there were some other groups, like maybe exporters associations, who were making a very strong statement, and they wanted their positions to be put across. But all I'm saying is that I think there would be a level of caution from governments to about the level of finance that they can allow to come in from foreign lending agencies. That's just my point here.
Yeah, I mean, it is when you say foreign lending agencies. I mean, we have to look at the geopolitics that is included, and of course, many people know that China is not the only actor that is sometimes with very, very inward-looking policies around procurement of food and investment that separately, enables those deals to be done. So it might be, funding schools or roads or hospitals in return for, long-term purchase agreements of critical commodities. And, of course, a government is, it is often, the goal really is to protect one's citizens and to look after, the people of the country that you live within. However, the challenge often is size dictates who is vulnerable to bad trade deals or similar. And as we know, Africa is desperate for inward investment, and therefore is a little bit more vulnerable. India is obviously wants inward investment as well, but has size and has scale on its side, and therefore, I can understand why there is hesitancy that you're referring to. I mean, it goes to the question of, with regards to the SDGs, how do we get both, whatever capital is deployed within a country, to create a healthy economy, as well as the inward investment that has to be made on fair and intelligent terms. And what is the Bretton Woods type arrangement for aid as opposed to trade in much of the world. We have to change that, but we can't change it with this dominant sort of system that's existed for too long. It's got to be, partnership as opposed to sort of bullying tactics. So, I realize you're not making a policy statement, but at the same time, how can governments do the best to protect their citizens, and particularly those governments that Jeff Sachs was referring to are really very, very vulnerable. So I'm going to try something, if it's okay. I don't know whether it's going to work, but I'm going to try and play from my iPad. Hopefully, this Jeff Sachs. Let just see. So I'm going to see if this works. And
having a civilized world. Thank you.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah, it seems not. Okay. I'm going to try it again from my computer. But yeah, so who wants to come up? Philip.
Please welcome Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University, Director of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network.
Manitaji, you mentioned that midday meal program that's really helpful for the rural. You see, observing the school, it's really great initiative actually. Because of the midday meal program, also a lot of
Colleagues, and first
going
to
to school continuously, and the parents also encouraging.
Please welcome
students to go on.
Jeffrey Sachs,
So, I think
Columbia
I really
University,
observe the
Director of
importance
the...
of that in the rural area. I just want to mention that.
Nandita, did you hear that?
And
Yes. Yes. So yeah, thank you. Yes, I know. Actually, this was this program actually started in the state of Tamil Nadu in southern India. This was somewhere in the 1980s. And it was a huge success, of course, in that particular state. And then it was adopted at the national level. I think this was in somewhere in the early 90s. And it's actually one of the successes of the government program, and it has such a it's an amazing multiplier effect because it first of all it ensures that people from the rural poor the sections, they come to school. Otherwise, most of them were just dropping out, especially girls were dropping out. So even if they, it's wrong to say it's an incentive, but if a meal can ensure that. And then there were, so it adds to the nutritional security because, I think in rural areas, it's only the poor section which really goes to the government schools. Anybody who can afford to tries to send their children to private schools. So it's not just food security. I think it also has an effect on women's education, on education as a whole, the attendance, the health and nutrition of the children. So it's been one of the successes, and I think it's a very crucial program. So there's one other point I wanted to make since you were talking about the investments. I think probably investments in infrastructure, like any kind of infrastructure which promotes food security. Like if I remember, I was talking about cold storages last time,
Right.
and I actually went back and checked. So there is a there's a slight amendment. So I said that the size of the cold storages is like between 100 metric tons to 500. Actually, it is an average of 5,000 metric tons. So
right, okay, a little different. I did wonder, but okay.
I'll be. In fact, I've asked for the list of the locations and the average. Like what is the estimated?
You said there was 160.
Size.
Was it 160 locations?
190.
Okay.
190. Yeah, but the other important point, I'll be sending that to you soon if there is, anybody who's willing to invest. But the more important point is, I actually discussed with the MD of the government company who actually took out this expression of interest, and they said something very crucial. So it's just building an infrastructure in the middle of somewhere, that's not going to help anyone. You have to have end-to-end, linkages. So if you look at just the cold storage, so it has at the back end there has to be a tie-up with farmers, and at the front end there has to be a tie-up with an assured market. So these are the three crucial linkages, and I think all three has to happen together because just building a cold storage is not going to solve anyone's problems. And I think that is why the first time they took out an EOI, they hardly got a response because just because land is available somewhere doesn't mean that that's a sustainable financial system that you're putting out in place. So probably, and the other thing is then you probably need to link it up with farm gate storages, like right at the farmer's level, because I don't think on an average the farmer has the financial capacity to really ferry his produce up and down several kilometers every day, not in a country like India. So you need to have farm gate logistics. Like I said, there was a pilot project that our ministry has tried to implement in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, which is in the northeast, but that's in the pipeline. it's going to take some time before it takes off. So we'll see how that goes, and then probably we'll ask for that end to end. I think it's better to have a end to end kind of a vision in place, like from the farm to the storage to the market.
Yeah,
so that linkage has to be there, and that infrastructure, if that complete circle can be invested in, I think that would help.
And of course, this is about doing it on without middlemen really coming in and taking the lion's share, as often happens with old style kind of money transfers and what have you. There is a platform I think I mentioned previously called Anvi, ANVI, that a gentleman called Nasheta Das, an Indian who was a banker in Wall Street and now he's based in Tokyo. But it's one of the things he and a group of others have invested in. And it's really about that farm level and enterprise really at the bottom of the pyramid. It's making transactions more and marketplaces more accessible to them, but with the distribution through the Kawana system. And I think what's interesting about what you're saying about, yes, it's not just about the cold storage, it's about it has to be local enough, or the infrastructure has got to be put in place so people can, it's almost like if you think of the human body, we've got our arteries and we've got our veins and we've got our capillaries, and if we are not storing things locally, and then in hubs to then go centrally, unfortunately, there's just too much that gets lost on the way. But to join these dots, it takes time, and it takes education, and it takes entrepreneurship, and it for sure takes the transaction type platforms, as well as the platform I think I mentioned that the gentleman in Nigeria is working on, which I think is really, really exciting to kind of load balance it. I mean, he talks about it as Airbnb, but for storage. And when you look at it from a strictly practical perspective, very few even small sort of aggregation entities can afford to buy or build a new warehouse or even lease one for a period of time. But everyone can afford a fractional utilization, and so that's really an exciting sort of thing. And I think all these things have to come together. And as you said, now can you remind me? There's a website, and I am doing this live stream, so I'll pull the website up. So Nandita, do you remember what it is?
Amvi? Did you talk about Amvi? Is that
No,
it?
no, the website for the cold storage entity.
No, there's no website. I'm trying to get a list, of the locations and the estimated the capacity.
But wasn't the ministry? Wasn't there a ministry that handled this?
It's our ministry. It's the ministry that I am in.
Well, I thought there was something to do with storage very specifically, or infrastructure. Maybe I'm confusing things.
No. See, like I'm talking about cold storage because our ministry is one of the ministries. Like there's our ministry is food and public distribution, but there are, like I said, there are two government companies. Which
that would be it. That's it. Yeah.
Which have a more expanded mandate than just the wheat and rice. So they have tried to expand into cold storage.
Yeah. So which was that government company, or which were those government companies?
It's called Central Warehousing Corporation, but you won't find the list over there. They, on their website. It's CWC, Central Warehousing Corporation.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you why you won't, because they took out an EOI, an expression of interest, and since they didn't get much of a response, they've taken that off. But I'm trying to, in fact, I think it must be in my email, probably. Let me just go and check. So I asked them to send me the 190 locations along with the estimated capacity, and I'll send it to you. So if there's anybody willing to invest, but I just wanted to sound a note of caution that this by itself, now having discussed it with the MD of the company, doesn't seem just by itself it's going to be a very, very viable proposition unless it is proposed in only those locations where there's already an existing a link between the farmers and the storage and the market. So probably in an area where this ecosystem is already in place, there's more likelihood of any investment being successful.
Right. But that's the point.
The company
almost.
had taken.
You know, that's the point we have to look at, is what about the places that everyone ignores? And, you know, while, you know, international investors, you know, they're, you know, and capital markets want surety, and they want, a commercial opportunity that's pretty quickly. What about the capacity building, you know, that is needed? So, you know, it's something I think is really pretty important. We can't just do the obvious stuff. We've got to look at how do we build up those, those areas where there is technically market failure. So, yeah, it's interesting that you've got this central warehousing corporation. So I've just pulled it up on the live stream. Location and layout of warehouse, view map, their customers. So this is a wholly owned government company, is it?
The government has a majority stake, I think more than 50%.
Okay.
Then there are some banks and insurance companies which have a stake.
Interesting. Yeah. So, Nandita, so anyone who is watching this, obviously, and is into cold storage, maybe you can come into or recommend that people come into this room maybe next Sunday, and let's see if we have people with expertise and understanding. I know a couple of people on this platform have worked in cold storage, but I think I mentioned previously it's in one area specifically that's linked to ports and the sort of the waste gas that is and the waste energy that comes from import of fossil fuels effectively, and that together with the water enables a system that is really really fascinating in terms of its low cost of operation and its scale. But we're not just talking about areas where there's ports. So, and as we've talked previously, it's so important that this occurs and is funded with renewables, is powered by renewables. It isn't using fossil fuels. So, really, really fascinating. But we just move on to Philip. Hi, Philip.
Good morning, Steve. And to the rest of the people on the panel and in the room. A nice sunny winter's morning here in South Africa. There's 3 points which I quickly want to touch on. The first is with regards to you, Steve, and wanting to play other audio into the room. And I heard you said that you were trying to use your iPad to do it, and I'm, how do you just play it externally? Because I mean, there's excellent, what's it called, a roadcaster, like a podcaster interface where you can then play music.
I have that, but actually, no. This is what I'm trying to do, is something separate. And my phone is actually connected to that, so I can record and do the Clubhouse Room. But no, this is separate. I wanted actually to pull the video in for the live stream of the and that means the video and audio has to come in together. So it's a little bit more complicated. I have a switcher as well. So it's kind of fun, but I've got to be honest, I'm a relative newbie with this technology. So it's a bit of a learning curve.
It's great that this technology exists, and I mean, soon you're going to be completely, okay with it, and you won't have any problems.
Well, hopefully we'll have teams who will be fully funded and have teams who really that's their expertise. And in the interim, like Rakesh was saying earlier, we've got to, you have to do things that aren't really what you're ideally suited to do, and all of this, it's a lot, as well as having the discussion and managing the room and bringing people up. It really is a challenge, to do it as an individual. But equally, we're up to a challenge these days, and this, I think, COVID and the virtual world that we're in, many people are getting used to technology that they've not dreamed of using or only ever, touched briefly. So fascinating.
it's absolutely amazing what the correct use of the technology actually allows you to do, and especially on a platform like this and connected to Zoom and live streaming, Facebook, etc., etc. The second point that I wanted to touch on quickly was with regards to cold storage. There's a way we've constructed, we make charcoal here now during COVID, and some restoration programs, some hard woody vegetation that's coming out of the bush, which we use to make very high quality charcoal. Some of it we make biochar with. But what I want to talk to is we make a charcoal cooler. And that's something that you can Google, and you'll see how it's especially being used by marginalized farmers in Africa, because you can construct a room where of the walls are made of charcoal. It's got a chicken wire frame for the walls, which you fill with charcoal, about 15, 20 centimeters thick. And then you must just have a method of keeping it moist. So just with a dripping system, you don't need to use a lot of water, and you don't need to use clean water. And that dramatically lowers the temperature inside this cooler box or cooler room. Because in fact, in the old days, many of the people in a farm setup in a rural area had a small little charcoal cooler room attached to their house, So that's where they would keep their vegetables and their fruits and even their dairy products and some meat, because it's dramatically colder inside and it's not like a normal cooler box, which, just keeps the coolness until it goes. It actually generates coolness through this evaporation process in the charcoal. But if anybody's interested, just check it out on Google, charcoal coolers, and you'll definitely
I have on the live stream managed to pull up a picture, and so if you are watching that, you should be able to see it's it's with like you say, the wire and the charcoal between the wires, and it looks like a room. Tell me again how the water. What's the water source?
Well, you have to have a system like a small bucket on top, like a 10 or 20 liter container with water that you have on the top of it. And then you can devise a drip system with a little channel with which you just, make sure that there's water that percolates through the rooms. They used to connect it to a bigger system with a box. It's easy. You can have 10 liters. That's enough for the whole day if you want it sort of autonomous. You just need to fill the 10 liters of water daily, But obviously with a bigger system, it requires a little bit more water. Some people make a wick from material. And that wick is, the water just draws through it and that keeps it cool. But yeah, it's incredibly effective. The one that we have here, we just use when we have got a small camping site, and we just then, whenever anybody passes by, just throw half a cup of water onto it, and it's just incredibly how it's just amazing how efficient it actually is. So that's a good way for cooling things if you don't have access to grid electricity or generators, etc., and you need to, you also need some time to move your produce from the farm to where you want to sell it. The other thing that I quickly want to mention with regards to this charcoal, and we make a compost system for this camping site that we have, and we have a ablution block. So the way that we heat the water is by building a compost heap and coiling a flexible 20 millimeter flexible pipe in it, like a hose pipe, but we have about 60, 70 meters of hose pipe inside the compost heap. So you coil the pipe up as you build the compost heap. And then, of course, the compost heap, if you create it in the right way, it becomes very, very hot, like 65 degrees Celsius. And of course, when you coil your water through, that also warms up. And you've got a certain amount of stored hot water inside the piping. But it's incredibly efficient, and it doesn't rely on the sun or the wind or anything. It's just microorganisms that's heating it up in that fashion. And it actually remains productive for slightly more than a month. And then you can turn the compost, get some more heat out of it. But generally, we would just then build a new compost, and so. And of course, the good thing about it is that you have a great byproduct in good quality compost. So, well, that's actually the main product. So the byproduct is the hot water, but it's also incredibly efficient. And I think it's being used in some of the Nordic countries. People have been using that for hundreds of years. And then, Steve, if I may, the last point that I quickly want to mention is with regards to a funding proposal that we are developing as Geosphere, the organization that I represent, and that we're trying, because I want to, like, I've heard this rule on Clubhouse. If you want to promote something, like you want to promote your new vision for the new World Bank, the 70-30 rule, where 70% of the time you are promoting your room, busy with your room and your clubs. And 30% of the time you are kind of leveraging other people's rooms, promoting your mission. And I think it's good. It's a great platform, especially if you have a mission that you want to promote. And I've come across some what seems to be like high net worth individuals who would seemingly be willing to invest some of their time or some of their finances into really good products, come around it. And what I really note that what I know is needed in our area is a land restoration program, with a focus on removal of alien plants and anti-poaching efforts outside national parks. We still have some of the smaller mammals, the bush pigs, the honey badgers, the serval, the civet, red duiker. There's you can go on and on, but they are all under threat due to this poaching by wire cable snare. And of course, alien invasive plants is just taking over in the natural areas. So I've devised a program. It's for 4 years. I require $1 million. And I'm going to be promoting this program and seeing if it can lead to some. It's been amazing to see how, in discussing it, how people have come.
Philip, how does the anti-poaching work? What's the methodology?
Well, we actually used to run a program here called HEAL. It was sparked by an incident, broad daylight. A bush pig came walking out of the bush, and it walked straight up to a group of workers at a nearby chicken farm. It doesn't happen because bush pigs are nocturnal, and they avoid people like the plague, because they know how dangerous we are. But then on close inspection, they could see that around this poor bush pig's mouth, there was a wire cable snare tightly drawn around its mouth. So it managed to break the snare in the bush, but it couldn't remove it from its mouth. So he couldn't open its mouth to speak to other members of its pod or eat or drink water. And it's just incredible to think that animal thought about rather going to the people who could put it out of its misery quickly. I'm sure it wasn't expecting help. It was expecting to be killed quickly. But it thought about that, Anyways, that inspired a group of us to start a small organization funded by different local landowners and some of the local businesses. We employed 2 field rangers who were permanently involved in patrolling members' properties and removing snares. During the time that this, we called it HEAL, Hope Loop Environment Action Link, during the time that it was operational, more than 14,000 of these wire cable snares were removed from the local environment. There's 3 valleys in which it operated. But, after about 10 years of operation, we did seem to get a handle on it. All the areas where people could easily put snares were sort of closed down. The dynamics also changed a bit. There were people that put, macadamia orchards and fencing, and the dynamics changed a little bit. So the organization devolved. But it's still, here we have a handle on it, on the situation. But this is just a small part of this big environment where this is happening, So the idea would be to have a kind of a task team or a operational response team that can mostly be involved in removing alien plants in high biodiversity and high value conservation areas. And then if there are any significant problems with regards to snaring, and we constantly get reports and requests for assistance from people around the broader area in this central escarpment area of our province. And then the people would be, a team would be deployed there, and they would be, capacitated to be able to find these snares, remove these snares, educate the local communities about, why snares is not a good thing.
So Philip, you're in, is it Empula? Can you tell us the exact place again? I'm looking at your website right now, so it's Sudwala Dinosaur Park, isn't it? But
well, yeah, we're in an area that is it's in the Mpumalanga escarpment. It's close to a town or a center called Mbombela, which is the capital for our province. It's close to the Kruger National Park. It's quite close to Swaziland, but it's in this area called the escarpment, which is the transition from the high veld to the low veld. The high veld is where you have the high grassy plateau with the whole of Gauteng, Johannesburg and Pretoria. That's all centered in this big flat grassland plateau. And then you have, as you come closer to the coast, we're exactly 200 kilometers from Maputo, in Mozambique. But then you have these valleys and lots of waterfalls, lots of streams and fountains, and then you have the low veld, where you have more like a savanna bushveld that runs all the way to the coast. So the area where I'm at, it's called the Northeastern Mountain Sauerveld, home to an estimated 4,000 different kinds of plants that you can find in these local grasslands. There's most of the plant biodiversity is underground, because grasslands are adapted to fire. Fire is part of its formation, part of its management. Some call it the lifeblood of the grassland, is fire, And we can see where I'm sitting at the moment, I'm looking at a mountain. And I'm just thinking of the photograph that I saw that was taken in the late 60s, early 70s. And it was almost 95%, maybe more, 98% grass. Now it's maybe 10% grass. So there's been a lot.
Philip, do us a favor. Will you take a photograph now and email it to me? Just you can see my email, and I'll pull it up, and we'll be able to see it on the live stream. So, are you able to do that?
I'm able to do that, but I'm sight impaired, so I cannot really see that well, and it's difficult for me to. But I'm going to try.
Okay. Well, if it's too much of a struggle, don't worry about it. But I know I really appreciate you coming in, Philip, and I agree. If you can pull together a philanthropic effort to, or a sponsored effort, or I like to think we can create businesses that have the secondary and third benefits of creating livelihoods, but also some of the returns that can go to fund the kind of activity that you're talking about, the protection. And if we can build that into our economic systems, where it's not just about leave these things and some people think of it as corporate responsibility, or CSR, corporate social responsibility. But the reality is, we need to go beyond that, and we need to go and it really is about collaboration at a grassroots level. And yeah, if there's wealthy, philanthropists and business people who can fund it, fantastic. But if there isn't, how do we do it, in the absence? And if you think of poaching, and it's something I've spent quite a bit of time talking about with, particularly with a really great friend of mine, Vianna von Weyhausen, who has a project called Canines for Africa, K94A, and where they train dogs and essentially donate them to rangers using donor money normally, but it would be nice if it could be different. But because poaching happens for reasons that we know about. They are often not because people want to, but because there's big money and economic hardship. And when you have that vacuum because there aren't jobs, the reality is people are more open-minded to engage in the things that are so destructive, and they think, oh, it's only one animal or or what have you, but they add up, as you know. So the question is, these things cannot just be a sticking plaster. They've got to be a long-term solution, and now Viana talks about triage. You've got to really stop the bleed. You've got to so certain things, that the systemic solutions often take a lot more thought, and we have to stop the wildlife and natural loss, or, like you say, encroaching through dangerous plants or species. I know there's examples in the oceans where there's a particular type of fish that is very, very invasive. So often we have these invasive species that really need to be culled or cut out. But at the same time, who's paying for that? Who's doing it? And people power is incredible if it can be organized, and if there can be additional benefits of community and and real pride in their environment. But at the same time, if they're doing that while they're also desperate for survival, that isn't the right recipe to tackle these issues. But I want to go to Simon, who has got an example from Pakistan that might be relevant for Nandita. And then what I'd like to do is I have found the Jeff Sachs speech, and I'd like to pull that up, and we can have a bit of a discussion around what he said. But Simon, first of all.
Can anybody hear me that side?
Yeah, I can hear you for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my microphone's still showing as on mute this side, but I'll come to that example in a minute. I just wanted to mention one other thing that came across my mind. Well, Philip was talking about the carbon cooling systems or charcoal cooling systems, because also years and years back, I remember we were looking into something from India actually, which was it was a similar type of system, water-based cooling, which had, if I can remember right, it was a brick-built structure with sand in between two layers of brick, and you poured water into that. And I can't remember if it was Rajasthan or somewhere else where they were doing that and piloting, and it may even be listed in some of the FAO documentation, I think. But that was another alternative that might do some of this farm gate cooling or cold chain management, at least getting that first level of cooling in there. So that was just the first thing. In terms of this example I wanted to give, though, in terms of a group processing facility almost, there's a group in Pakistan called NRSP. I think it stands for National Rural Livelihood Support Program, and they're an NGO, and they deliver microfinance to farmers, and it's incredible the scale they've been working at. They've got tens of millions of farmers through a sort of cascaded management system they've set up there. But on top of that, they work with a lot of rice farmers in that group, and what they've done, they've built a rice processing mill with lots of rice storage hoppers as well. And that program that they've built, they built it in the ownership of NRSP initially, with a plan over time to release equity and shares to all of the farmers that join the program and supply to that rice program and or rice mill. And what they also do then is any share of profit, they share it out to those farmer shareholders as well. The reason they set it up in that way was they wanted to do the professional management to get it set up and running and almost do like a build, operate, transfer model, but also to really get the farmers benefiting from, an area of value addition where they'd normally never get any monies flowing to them. So that part of the model is very interesting to start with. But another thing they've also done is, they will do the processing, and they do allow the farmers to decide what they want to do with their rice, so they can sell there and then at the current market price, or they will process and store securely in their hoppers, and the farmer can sell at a time when the price is right for the farmer. So they can sell some of their produce to get some working capital or some funds in their pocket initially at harvest, but they can save some of that sale for later in the season to take advantage of better prices when there are less arrivals coming. So it is a very interesting model, and it's done at scale, and there are so many different elements that all link together, and really with a very farmer-friendly focused setup. So it's NRSP. I'm not sure. I'm sure most of their story will be on a website if people want to take a look. But it's a very impressive thing, in terms of the scale and all of the positive philosophical points that they meet to be pro-farmer.
NRSP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let me see.
That sounds very interesting. I'll surely look it up. And I think
sure.
At the micro level, probably I think it's better to work with the system of the cooperatives, the farmers cooperatives. I think that will be a much better system to work with rather than, because I think when the government steps in, then there are some very necessary bureaucratic procedures which
sure.
So I'll definitely look it up. Thank you.
NRSP, they are an NGO. And so they do want to make it like a cooperative, but rather than a cooperative, a farmer-producer company or organization, so that it's got a sort of private profit motive with the idea of trying to drive that to the benefit of the farmers, though. So it's very, very, very interesting setup. Please do take a look. And if you can't find anything, let me know, because I've got information from that project as well.
So I found it and I've brought it up, so it's on the live stream if anyone wants to look. So the link at the top of my link tree on my Instagram or Twitter will take you directly to the live stream, and I've just brought up the website. So very, very interesting. And again, I think these are situationally different, and often we need hybrid approaches, but as Nandita says, it may or may not be appropriate, but these things are worth looking at. And often, what is the resistance and why is that resistance, and how can one work around it? And I think if there is a mechanism of having shared ownership and where some of the returns at least are going down on a local level, then I think that's pretty critical for buy-in, right? Simon? Or Nandita?
I've also sent you that list of cold storage locations. I wonder if you received it.
I did. I'm just looking here, and very interesting. So thank you for that. CWC Center name. I mean, my goodness. Yeah. Such a massive. What was the smallest?
My only. I don't think they've done the capacity assessment as yet for each of the locations, because it depends on what will be the ecosystem over there. But I think, they said an average of 5,000 metric tons, but I think it can be more or less. That's not the idea. The idea is that there's no target of a capacity. The target is just that it should be financially viable. But now having discussed this project with the company, I think my feeling is that it is it's probably more trader and trader oriented than farmer oriented as of right now. This is making this project is just on the basis of some assumptions that it is the trader or the third party who will come in to make investments in cold storage. They are the ones who will already have a tie-up with farmers. So it won't really be the concern of this project whether the profits are being generated back to the farmers or not. I think it is. So that's not an issue.
I realize this is different.
Separately done here. Yeah. So that's not an issue that can be looked at separately. But the point is, if all 190 cannot be financially viable, I think some of them could be financially viable, and then we could, if investment comes in, we could build in certain safeguards to ensure that a certain percentage goes back to the farmers. And nowadays, it's easy to digitally monitor and track, what is being given to the farmers who are involved in any project. So, we could even if one project becomes successful, that could be a model.
Because I think the key to this is getting the governance right, and the reality is if those farmers or the those in that supply chain together are actually yes, utilizing the facilities, but also have a say in the in the fair pricing, fair usage, just the sort of whole utilization model, and potentially with some of the returns going back to them. It's a way of getting buy-in, really. So the whole, and it sort of levels the playing field as well. It gives them agency, ownership, and it just doesn't feel like it's disconnected. So again, I've got this this list up on the live stream, and incredible. So there's so many places. Assam, Bihar.
It might be. Sorry, Steve. I was just to say, it might be quite interesting if sometimes government funding, rather than going as out and out grant funding, might go like some sort of lower level equity stake that could also be transferred to those farmer groups afterwards. Then you really ensure an involvement of the farmers in those areas, and people get some of the funding support they need to get those costly infrastructures off the ground in some very challenging areas, but also you can give some participation to the farmers by having maybe almost a government equity stake that becomes transferable. So that becomes like the NRSP model, but actually doing it with some government funding. I think there's lots of potential for lots of really interesting models there.
I mean, what for me is interesting, and what you said, Nandita, is could they be financially viable? And the reality is, what's the path to financial viability? And how can one ensure there's no leakage and corruption? That's something. So the governance is really, really important. But but ultimately these things take time to generate revenues. Of course, there's a big upfront cost, and ultimately that path to profitability that would make commercial entities invest directly and quickly. It sometimes is too long. That's why patient capital is required. But I really do believe kind of the entrepreneurial spirit is required as well. And if they're government owned, often there are other problems. So this is really a perfect sort of case for a public-private partnership model, where you might have central some sort of central management, but also have localized kind of franchisees essentially that are operating under conditions, and those conditions would be working with the local farmers and having that sort of ownership that we talked about. But the key is obviously funding the upfront costs. Whereas if you do it at scale, and this is the thing that's really interesting, and if you have government support, for concessionary finance initially, part of the deal with those franchisors or operators would be that all of the areas have to be serviced, not just the ones that have high profitability in the short term, and that way you can kind of do a bit of the load balancing that typically it is cherry picking. It's kind of like a bus line, right? There's some bus lines that can be profitable in the short term, and some that are really essential services that might deal with rural areas where people don't have adequate transportation, or people who don't have their own vehicle. I'm talking, not necessarily talking about the situation in many parts of the world, but in some places where you have a public transportation, those who are those private contractors who are delivering those services, they want to cherry pick. They only want to pick the profitable routes. So it's a similar situation here, and I think it's really exciting. And Nandita, I'm really, really appreciative that you've talked about it in the room, and we're coming back to it because it'd be interesting to see this as a case study and really get something coming out of it. So as Transform Global progresses, and especially the media parts that we will launch first, this is something that we could really closely cover and really create some sort of a program, really a documentary series would be fantastic. So something to think about, not something I can focus on 100% just yet, but certainly. Now, if it's okay with people, I'd like to just go to what I talked about earlier, which was the Jeffrey Sachs. So I'm going to see if we can just have, it's about a 10-minute clip. We can listen to it and watch it if you're watching the live stream, and then maybe discuss it with there's a few friends I can see. There's Carol and Indy, Olashola, Eli, Messi, Chandru. It's really great to see you all, and others who are there. So yeah, and forgive me for maybe fumbling on this a little bit today. It's the first time I've done. In fact, early on, within the first few weeks, I did do one Clubhouse Room that I did live stream, and I realized it's a lot of work, so I haven't gone back to it, but I really want to, and that's why I'm doing it today. So if anyone wants to watch, it's the top link in my Instagram link tree. It's linked in my Instagram bio. You'll be able to see this live stream here and now. And I see someone from York has just jumped on to take a look. So let's try this.
Very much. What we've been hearing is how the system actually works right now.
Right, I'm gonna pause it and just ask either Simon or Nandita or Rakesh, could you actually hear that? Was it coming through to you loud and clear?
I could hear it a little quietly. I was struggling to find the live stream on your website. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place there, Steve, but
yeah, it's actually
I think
not
I was
on
hearing it through.
I haven't managed to put it on the website yet, so it is on the Instagram. Yeah. So if you go into my bio in Clubhouse and click on the link at the very top of my Instagram account, that should take you to the top link on my link tree, and that should be the live stream that you can just click to the YouTube from there.
Yeah, I can see the Sunday live streaming, right?
Yeah, exactly. So great. So so let's see. Oh, I need to change the program. Just give me a second. So there we go, Jeffrey Sachs. So let me try, and I'm just going to. I'm not sure that I'm getting the audio in the right way, so I'm just going to do it via the microphone from my computer. But hopefully you'll still hear it.
We have a world food system. It's based on large multinational companies. It's based on private profits. It's based on a very, very low measure of international transfers to help poor people, sometimes none at all. It's based on extreme irresponsibility of power. Of rights of poor people, as we just heard. It's interesting, we heard from the Minister of DRC, what's wrong with your country? Well, we don't even start by saying the King of Belgium created a slave colony for 30 years. The government of Belgium ran the slave colony for another 40 years.
Thank you very much.
The CIA
what we've been hearing is how the system actually works right now. And I want to emphasize we have a world food system.
Glencore and others now suck out your cobalt without giving you tax income. We don't reflect on that. We say, what's wrong with you? Why don't you govern?
It's based on a very, very low measure of...
But we need a different system. We cannot turn this over to the private sector. We already did about 100 years ago. Not only to the private sector with the U.S. military behind it. With the defense of these property rights in the Minister of Honduras's country, where United Fruit ran the country for a long time. and their attorney was the foreign minister of the United States, Secretary Dulles, and his brother was the head of the CIA and overthrew the next door neighbor, Mr. Arbenz, to make sure that United Fruit could have its property. So we have a system, but we need a different system. And the different system has to be based on principles of human dignity in the Universal Declaration, principles of sovereignty, principles of economic rights, because these are not nice things to do. In 1948, all the government said that food is a right, social protection is a right, not a nice thing, not a pleasant thing, a right. That was 73 years ago. The SDGs are nothing more than our generation's attempt to honor the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I come from a country that not only doesn't care about the world's poor, it doesn't even care about its own poor. 1 in 7 Americans is hungry right now. And they don't care. I mean, the poor people care, but one political party, all it cares about is cutting taxes for the rich and filibustering any solution. So we're in a world that's really tough. The private sector's not going to solve this problem. I'm sorry to say to all of the private sector leaders, behave, pay your taxes, follow the rules. That's what you should do. And what the governments should do is the following. They won't, but they should. First, the G20 should become the G21 by inviting systemically the chairperson of the African Union and the African Union to be the 21st country. The European Union is a member of the G20 as the EU. If you add the AU as the 21st for the G21, you add 1.4 billion people to representation at that crucial event. That will change decisively the discussion, because 1.4 billion people are not at the table for finance right now, and they need to be. So my first recommendation is the G21. I love the G20. Add one seat, 1.4 billion people with the AU represented. Second, we need a order of magnitude change of development finance. The rich countries just borrowed $17 trillion for COVID. The poor countries, nothing. Because the rich countries can borrow at 0, and the poor countries pay 5 or 10% coupon rates or have no access at all. So the world exposed its grotesque inequality this past year and a half. Rich countries didn't say, we tighten our belts, why don't you? My country spent $7 trillion of emergency funding, not one penny for anybody else, by the way. $7 trillion, it didn't even cross the imagination of the US Congress to include a few crumbs for the rest of the world. But the poor countries cannot borrow. That's what we should have heard from the World Bank. I didn't hear that from the World Bank. I didn't hear real numbers. Real numbers are in trillions right now because the world economy is 100 trillion a year. But we don't talk about real numbers. But my job, all I know in this world is long division. Divide by 100 trillion and then see whether you're talking about something real or not. So that's the second thing. We need massively to increase the lending and borrowing capacity of poor countries at near 0 interest rates like the rich countries have. Then they could get something done. By the way, for COVID vaccines, what we really need is for the United States to sit down with China, with Russia, with the European Union and the UK one day around the table and allocate these vaccines rather than hoarding them. That's all it would take. And then We're going to have national pathways. This is a wonderful idea, but they're going to need financing. And so everything that I've been saying, I know the numbers. That's all I do for 40 years is add up what's missing. You want electricity? It has to be purchased. You want digital access? It has to be purchased. You want safe water irrigation? It has to be purchased. This is what I do for a living, is add up these numbers and then find out that then somebody makes up something and names 1/100th of what's really needed. It's not even hard. By the way, the IMF has done wonderful studies in the last 2 years showing that we have a financing gap of about $400 to $500 billion a year for the basics for the SDGs. They showed the gap, but nobody comes up with the number, the solution, which wouldn't be so hard because that's just not a big number. It's 0.5 of 1% of world output. So if we really care, we wouldn't have the G7 saying, we love education, therefore we're going to give $3 billion for education. That's what they said at the summit. But what UNESCO has shown is that you need at least $30 billion a year, minimum. But nobody looks at numbers. They just make up nice check the box. So we need the real numbers of finance to back the national pathways. The final thing is we need the UN as the core and central institution of this world, period. Because this is the only way we're going to have a civilized world, is a strong UN. And it cannot be that the whole UN budget is less than my neighborhood's budget in New York. The UN core budget this year is $3 billion. New York City's budget is $100 billion. And then we say, why don't things work well? Because the rich are hoarding everything. Final point, rather than our 3 billionaires going in space, well, they could go into space and stay there and leave their money behind. That would be one idea. But another idea is we have 2,775 billionaires on the current list. Their combined net worth, 2,700, is $13.1 trillion. Now, I have it on good authority. You don't need more than $1 billion to be comfortable.
So there we go. Yeah, just wonder whether we have any reactions or any thoughts. Yeah, who's so Messi wants to come up, people are welcome. I'm very, very keen to hear what people think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So to me is absolutely what he said is great, but what was he doing running the SDGs really? He was having a lot of Jeffrey Sachs had a ton of solutions for years. For years, I think he was part of.
Sorry. Hold on a second. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering that I think part of the problem to me is how we come up with this solution with aid for centuries now, like decades after decades after decades, and then we have trillions after trillions. I mean, where is the result, whether in Africa or other developing countries, to show for all that much money that's coming in? And I'm just wondering, Jeffrey Sachs has been part of development for years, as far as I know, that he has books and things like that. So even himself has a lot of evolution, really. There was first the colonization, and then later on the weather of Africa was part of the problem. I'm just, sometimes I get a little bit discouraged when I see that we always come up with solutions, but then we just change them, and we don't seem to come up a sustainable, long-term, long-lasting solutions. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with Jeffrey Sachs. I mean, I've met him a few times, but despite meeting, he did an event in 2015 in in central London, and it was sponsored by Investec, the South African bank. And actually, I was sitting at a table at the front, and it just so happened that Jeff Sachs sat one side of me, and Henrik Dutoit, I think it is how you say it, is the head of Investec, and he sat the other side, not far from the podium and the stage. And I talked to them, on other occasions I've met Sachs, but never would he actually have proper dialogue and sit down and seek to understand the solution I was proposing. Now, that was a number of years ago, and it's come a long way since then. But my reality, he also, as many people might know, created something called the Millennium Villages Project, and it was a complete failure. And I even knew an entity, they had some operations in Nigeria, and this was very, very well funded. I'm not entirely sure the numbers involved, but there was a book that was written on its failure, and it was a kind of top-down approach. And in Nigeria, there was an entity that I had provided a bit of help and support to in Kaduna State, in a place called Kafanchan, that essentially did integrated development from the ground up that was commercial, but also with a social aspect. So it was health and agriculture and education. And they really understood the situation on the ground. But nobody in the Millennium Villages project would actually, who were not that far away, would have any dialogue. They're not interested. So, as much as I am in favor of some of what Jeffrey Sachs says, I actually don't believe, just giving more money to the UN, is the solution for sure. I absolutely do believe he's right in the African Union needs to be represented in the G. It's crazy to think that it isn't in the G20, but my reality is that Sachs has a good macro understanding of some of the gaps, but he doesn't have a micro or macro understanding of appropriate solutions. And this is, and particularly people like him are blind to them. They will not listen, so they're really, I forget who said it, but be very worried about people who are very, very certain, in their own understanding. And he's, again, he's an amazing advocate for what needs to be done, and for what's been done wrong. But ultimately, does he have all the solutions? No. And while he's right on some of the private sector issues, some private sector organizations are doing incredible things. So it's kind of like important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and be more nuanced in the approach to how do we use better governance? How do we ensure we have permacultures rather than monocultures? How do we ensure, 190 locations that Nandita's talking about that need cold storage, and the result of not having cold storage is incredible food waste. This is crazy. So how can we get capital in a way that isn't gouging the poor or gouging, and wanting short-term returns, but is okay to participate for a longer term as a longer term stakeholder. So that's, central to what I think. And again, I listen to sessions like that, and I've listened to them for many, many years, and they drive me crazy because the people, I guarantee, with the solutions people like Jeffrey Sachs wants, they're there, but they're just getting ignored. Carol.
Yeah, good morning. I would like to make 2 points, especially because you mentioned governance quite often, Steve. So I don't want to stereotype here, but what I see in my world is that the SDGs have become a buzzword. Corporations use them to make their investors comfortable, so that they do something, although some don't do much, and some do incredible things, as you mentioned. I don't want to stereotype. But when you look at the past, and I want to build on governance here. When you look at the past and you look at Enron and WorldCom, what happened after they went bankrupt and all these not so nice things came up? I mean, they came up with regulations. I mean, we implemented Sarbox, we implemented Dodd-Frank, and many, many others. And still, we have these big failures of, I mean, the most, the one that is most known is Abrach that we have discussed.
Yeah, absolutely.
How can that happen? That happens because people get greedy, and it's not the right thought behind it to do more for the planet. It's only because they want more money. And then the second point I want to touch on is I think that we still work in silos. Like when you look at the old risk management frameworks that we had, and then we improved it. It doesn't work if everyone works alone. We have great initiatives, but what happens is we don't share resources, we don't share expertise, we don't share knowledge, and that creates great things. But we do not go to our full potential. And I think that we could do better there. That's all I want to add.
So how do we go? I mean, Carol, how do we turn things around? What do we need to do to get to our full potential?
I think we have to learn to work together. Because every company that I look at is so worried about. I think we have to learn to work with someone else because they are facing the daily competitiveness. So worried about. I think we have to work with someone else. So I think if we can work, especially when I look into microfinance or crowdfunding platforms, there is potential to work together. They could share projects. They could make sure that they could raise more. But oftentimes we don't do that. And with corporates, I don't know how we do that with corporates, but I'm sure we have so many bright minds on this world that we can come up with a good solution.
So, I mean, I agree entirely, but when you look at where the efficiencies or inefficiencies are, it's interesting. Finance for a long time has wanted to be more efficient. It's wanted to take friction out of the system, and finance, money, capital in the system, it really is like water. It seeks its line of least resistance. As so many people know in these floods that have just been crazy. I mean, just really, when you look at all over the world, you either have, incredible heat waves or you have incredible floods. But on the floods, we know that, water looks for that line of least resistance. And when that water is in abundance, it becomes more and more powerful. And if you look at actually, there is so much capital in the system, but it seeks that line of least resistance. And the problem is all the actors, that's the lawyers and the accountants and what's called the sell side. So everyone in the financial services industry is trying to sell to the buy side, the people who actually own or are managing the assets on behalf of beneficiaries. So, the pensioners of the world or savers of the world, those asset owners, there's a lot of pressure by the sell side to essentially invest in ways that they are sold. It is lower risk, and that could be in the debt capital markets, the bonds and the gilts, but also the reality is we need productive value added into our economies, and and the equity side, those large corporations, they're perceived to be much lower risk, much more cash generative, but the reality is we're not normalizing for externalities. So we're extracting value and giving those companies and organizations that are extracting value, we're giving them more and cheaper capital because, like water, when it's in abundance, it follows that line of least resistance. And therefore, it's easier to invest in listed vehicles or listed instruments of one form or another. And all of that pressure for the markets to extract value means, money is going to those that are essentially playing an arbitrage game. The thing that I fail to understand is how nobody seems, including people like Jeffrey Sachs, to understand that unless the economy rises intelligently and lowers negative externalities, everyone loses. So an awful lot of finance is about taking, beating the competitor, essentially delivering what's called alpha. And those investment managers that are seeking to do that, they're not looking at, how do we create a healthy economy? They're looking at how do we take more of the returns for our investors? But actually what typically happens is the investment managers, are the ones that actually get paid very well, regardless. They don't have a penalty for underperformance. They still get their fees. So the reality is all of that systemic challenge pushes capital. Messi's flashing like crazy. Sorry, Messi. Do you want to jump in?
I was just clapping actually, but I'm just clapping with what you were saying. I think part of the problem, like you said, to make the financing systemic change is that we always have the same players. If you look at Jeffrey Sachs himself, he has changed a lot of his own opinions, but he was the architect of the Millennium Development Goals, even way before that. And like you said, so many other failures. But then what do we get? We get him to be the advisor of the SDGs again. So why are we failing to get new players? That is because there is vested interest, really. We don't really have new ways of coming up with solutions because it is always, whether conscious or subconscious, we do have vested interest in the people who are controlling the finances of the world, really. It doesn't matter where you are, which part of the world you are, whatever solutions we are implementing in is the same kind of financial system. Whether even you look at the Fed in the U.S., they are pumping in all those low interest rates, or what is that, easing of quantitative easing, and all those things, you name them. That's all just taking resources from the lower to the higher, well-to-do. It's because the players are all the same. And if you look at Africa, I have been working with a ton of impact investors. And if you ask them how they come up with their impact measurements and the metrics, those are developed in wherever the money comes from, the pension funds that you said, or the private equity who are giving the investors. They are the ones who come up with the metrics, not the people on the ground where the investment opportunities are. So to me, is the system by itself is pretty much vested in and pretty much set. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I was just clapping with what you were saying. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, thanks, Messi. I mean, it's if we take the Millennium Development Villages, or Jeff Sachs now with the SDSN, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, it's a really neat idea. And Ban Ki-moon asked him to head that up. And basically, if anyone knows about it, it's an initiative basically to kind of join the dots between all the UN agencies and to promote the sustainable development solutions and essentially create a network of those agencies and external parties. But the reality is, there's a handful of people that are full-time because there's no budget. So when he was talking about that $3 billion core funding, what he's probably referring to is the entity that he was tasked with heading had virtually no money. Virtually no money. I remember Ted Turner a few years ago donated like $1 billion to the UN Foundation, I think it was. And, again, $1 billion sounds like a lot, but it isn't, and that money, has been spread very, very thin. But relatively, $3 billion is a tiny amount of money. So the question is that the right entity anyway, without I believe the entrepreneurial spirit and business model that can truly intermediate and connect the dots. I don't believe it is. Things like Big Crowd that I'm working on, part of Transform Global, it's got a model I think that could play a massive role in connecting those dots as the broader bank. But if you look at Jeff, he's not an entrepreneur, and you need entrepreneurial approaches. So I've met many of the people in this SDSN. An amazing guy called Aniket Shah, who used to head the finance part of it, and Guido Schmidt-Traub. But it's literally a handful of people on staff, and then they've got self-organizing groups that frankly are underfunded and not always very well organized, although well-meaning. So he's often speaking from his own interests, even though I do believe an awful lot of what he says. We've got a few people coming up, and I want to go just momentarily to go back to that sort of line of least resistance and water, and tease out the thoughts from others, including Ahmed and Hassan and Indy, and maybe Nandita and Simon, anyone who wants to jump in. But we'll give Ahmed a chance first of all. So yeah, the question really is, how do we innovate with capital to get it to where it can be most productive, versus where it follows that line of least resistance to speculation or big business? I believe this is the defining issue of our time. What do healthy economies look like? But Ahmed, to you.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Actually, I have no exact answer for that question, but the thing is, we are also volunteers for climate, for SDGs, volunteers for SDGs, and we have been participated for Ocean Reboot Challenge for promoting the SDGs and implementing the Goal 7. And our area is actually quite different from the world's different locations geographically, because our area is a Maldives, tiny island. It is actually coming to the HIDS, I mean small island developing states. Under that we are living. But the thing is, we want to tackle the climate change, even sea level rise, and those things would be more effective than other countries. Maldives is more effective than the other countries. So we initiated for climate, tackling the climate, and we were promoting to get the solution for implementing the SDGs. We have seen many billionaires like Bill Gates. Even he has shown his interest for climate financing, but we were hopeless. The thing is, we were hopeless. We don't know how to reach the funds. We don't know actually. We have no support from the government side. For only volunteers, we cannot change these kinds of huge kinds of projects, right? The thing is, it is offshore wind farm. If it is offshore wind farm, most people they talk about why not solar energy, because geographically Maldives is quite different than the other countries. We were on different islands, and so I think in our plane, the offshore wind farm would be more fit for these areas. And we did all the surveys regarding this implementation, but the thing is, we were lack of funds. That is the thing we were looking for still, and still we were looking from even from the World Bank side, even from the business side. we were trying to get the funds to the implementation of the SDGs. We know that utilities can be more benefit for other areas, even like for farming. If we get the electricity for the island,
Ahmed, I know that you've been.
Yes,
I really appreciate your passionate advocacy for the work you're doing in the Maldives, and I believe Hassan, who's also come up, does he work with you, or are you work together?
Yeah, we both are together.
Right. So, we've talked about this before, that there is only so much I can do at this point, of course. And, I would love to be able to help. I guess, the call for this live stream, which is being live streamed and will remain up and on the YouTube website for fundingtheglobalgoals.tv. It is, for people who want to help, people who have an understanding either of what the political and financial situation is on the Maldives. How can Hassan and Ahmed get connected and be part of the system? You did in the past talk about hundreds of millions of dollars for that offshore wind, and of course these are big numbers. And ultimately, I know that the Maldives has some, although not anywhere near enough financial firepower, it does have access through the UN system and through many others. So, I would really encourage you both, to redouble your efforts to look at what are the resource, in Manama and in the islands, because there are people, I guarantee it, who have this dialogue. Now, they probably need your help and support and the advocacy and the human capital that you're mobilizing. So, what I want to do is just encourage you, but also say, until Transform is funded and operational, I can't help. I'd love to be able to, other than what I could do in this room, and how we can make those calls. So, if anyone wants to get in touch with you both, I encourage that. And but I've been onto your website, and I think there's a makings of a good website there, but and you're via your Instagram. But what I would encourage you also to do is maybe make it very, very specific what you want. Communicate really, really clearly about the help and support you're looking for. You can't just say we need $200 or $300 million, because it's just never going to come. You've got to articulate what the problem is, the scale of the solution, and the pathway. Now, there's a lot of people who would want to help you with that, but you've got to make, that ask really, really clear. And it's not clear. We've talked about this many times. Now, I want to also say I have to get my proposition a lot clearer. So I'm not pointing the finger and saying, hey, improve what you're doing and I'm perfect. I'm not. But that's where you need the help, and that's where you need to make the ask. You could hack this. You could create a hackathon, renewable energies in the Maldives. And look at the opportunity. Have subject matter experts. You could even do it on Clubhouse. And if you really organize something, I would come into the room for sure. But I know Hassan wants to talk, but I'm pretty sure Hassan will be saying something very similar. So for the moment, I want to go to Indy, and then we'll come back in a moment, if that's okay. Indy.
Hi, Steve. Thank you very much for hosting the room. I was really taken by your Jeffrey Sachs's kind of quote and what you were saying about it. And I suppose one of the key things that's becoming clearer to me is that the centralized, effectively production of money and the centralized production of capital is actually the real problem. And whilst we maintain centralized production of money, and I don't mean, I would say sort of the monetary system at a global level is very centralized around the dollar, that until you can bypass that, it becomes very difficult to fund the projects that we all need funding. Because actually the information asymmetries between our monetary system, our current monetary system, and the needs are so large and so complex, it's not possible for the monetary system to arbitrage or to actually close that need. So if we're going to make a change, I think we have to talk about a new form of funding mechanism which isn't based on current monetary mechanisms, but is looking at hypertradable equity. And hypertradable equity, which actually is done through some form of underwriting mechanisms with current fiat systems to be able to actually make it liquid and make it tradable. And more, that's where my head is going, is that we need, like any of the projects that you've been talking about, there is future value. And that future value has to be crystallized and be able to be incrementally converted into tradable value in the present to allow for that investment. And without that, if we keep trying to organize the current capital owners, they're going to keep control of the system, and they will not be able to make the decisions that we need to make in a distributed, decentralized manner. And I think the trick here is not, and this is my and this is some work I'm doing, right? So it's not sort of some work I'm doing more and more is actually moving away from capital structuring, but actually value structuring. And how do you really structure the value, future value, and bring it back into present day value to allow it to be invested and traded and moved around to allow us to be able to grow organizations or investments in other cases. And I think increasingly that feels like one of the key issues for me, that to being able to trade future value in really smart, clean ways, and to make tokens almost so future value tokens which act almost as quasi-currencies, whether it's through underwriting and other things, becomes the way to deal with it. So I just wanted to put that down, that I think there's something very particular, and I think Goldman Sachs, Goldman, our friend here, sorry, I can't remember his name suddenly. I think Jeffrey Sachs, what he's talking about is
Goldman
relevant,
Sachs,
but
yes.
I think exactly. But I think his thesis is still around centralized money, and a centralized money just won't get us home. So that was just a kind of sort of immediate reflection listening to it. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Indy. And I'll say I partially agree. I think the reality is, having fully distributed alternative money systems, it's going to take time. And some people think it can happen quickly, and I agree it can happen. Certainly within a few years, but not immediately. And we know certain things are pressing like crazy. Like climate change and human development. I just think of the situation in the world with sanitation, the numbers of people, that die unnecessarily because they don't have clean water and access to sanitation, and the economic means to essentially make that happen, where countries are weak and underfunded. So you need healthy.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. But don't you think? I mean, like sanitation is a really great example, right? That the problem has been there for probably now 50 years that we've known, 60 years.
Sure.
And the centralized money production system just hasn't solved it because it isn't being able to perceive value. And the same is potentially true with climate change. I mean, I think if you look at and this is just a good conversation to have, the global north and global south, if you look at the impacts of climate change, the global north impacts versus the global south impacts are massively differential. And the pension funds are all structured in the global north. So if you were a pension fund in the global north, which is where they are, you're going to go, well, you know what? I think the best thing we can do is invest in the global north, because that's actually the most resilient environment. And actually, that's where our pensioners are. So the current monetary system is very likely to self-invest and actually concentrate wealth, which is what we've seen historically, rather than actually deal with the problems that we have as an integrated system at a planetary scale. And I don't know, I mean, I'm just doing it. I think it's a really important conversation, and so I really appreciate you hosting the room. So I just wanted to share that was where my mind's going, is that maybe centralized money production around the dollar just will never get us there.
And so that's my point, is I fully agree. But I think what's really important is we create the positions of strength and the enabling environments to enable those alternative currencies and things like, people talk about digital bank central currencies, and I just think that's another way of governments kicking a can down the road, and recognizing that those that will be able to do that are the strong, well-funded governments, and all the others, will struggle, in my opinion. And I could be entirely wrong, but it really has to move away from that sort of command and control sort of mechanism. And I understand government's fears of losing, tax revenues, but ultimately, we as you quite rightly point out, it is that money production system that has a massive flaw, and it isn't productive value added. It is following that line of least resistance, which I talked about, without the governance to make sure we normalize for those externalities, i.e. wanting to do more good than bad, and wanting to fill specific holes. Mark Carney talks about the moral license to operate, and I think the reality is most banks, they are the equivalent of public utilities that are absolutely failing with their mandate, and they're just following the profit motive, and governments are enabling that. They're giving them that license to operate, but without any conditions on the other side, and those conditions on the other side should be you get capital to where it can be productive, and if you don't, you shouldn't have a money making scheme that can extract and not add. So that I just think is so important. But to change and to create the entities that can from a position of strength and with the minimum of unintended consequences, a negative unintended consequence, we've got to fill those funding gaps. Now, I also believe that what we can do is do it in part by new fund structures and platforms that include alternative currencies. And the people who are creating those alternative currencies and those alternative mechanisms of capital formation, they need to be supported and funded. They're the game changers that need the help and support until, I just, as much as we've seen exciting things with, blockchain and Bitcoin, and decentralized, money systems of many kinds, we don't have scale, and we are not, again, it's still a lot of cherry picking. So, I'm fully behind what you're saying, and what I'm saying is we need new institutions that create that enabling environment, as well as work within the existing system as it currently exists, but with innovations such as blended and extended fund structures and remove activity to remove the silos, because we have policy mechanisms. We have what the European Union is interestingly doing at the moment is really exciting. So things are happening, but
can I give some color to that?
Yeah.
Can I give some color to that? So the big bang that happened, the financial big bang that happened in the UK, basically consolidated financial power in London.
Indy, one second. Can I just say to Simon, thank you, Simon, for being part of it. Simon's just messaged me to say he's got a hop, so I just want to say really appreciated your contribution earlier. So thanks. But back to you, Indy.
No, not at all. Thanks, Simon, as well. So I just wanted to say that the concentration of financial capability that happened in the 1980s in the UK basically consolidated the four major banks in the UK in London. By implication, what happened was that actually all the decision-making capacity literally centralized into the central banks, into the banks in London. That drove massive inequality across the UK because actually complex financial decisions. So, for example, if you're building a factory,
right.
That factory requires a cafe, requires other sorts of, will build an ecosystem of viability around it. And those ecosystems were not funded because centralized models will say, well, we'll fund this model at this scale,
right.
but they don't have the resolution to be able to fund all the micro things.
And this is my exact point, is we moved from relationship banking, which was inherently localized, to black box banking that was not localized.
Exactly.
And just to take the microcosm of the UK, but in a way, what's interesting about Germany is Germany kept the savings banks and the post banks and the land banks. Now, Germany isn't perfect, but in a similar sense to the to a body with its arteries and veins and capillaries, it did still have, although Germany, has a different set of problems, and many of the major investment banks are at the heart of those set of problems. Germany still did have some sort of a fabric of a banking system that would support people to a degree on a localized level. So
exactly, and the challenge is that, but the challenge, Steve, as you rightly say, is that the cost of that capital. So, for example, Germany is recognized as being overbanked, right, in a theoretical efficiency sense, and now I think Germany has grown to build a relationship with the Mittelstand economy, so which is there's a kind of almost a virtuous loop happening. But in where it doesn't exist, what happens is, the information asymmetries means that actually the centralized banking infrastructure isn't able to figure that out. It becomes more and more centrally controlled. So what we end up is massively concentrated equality. Now, so if you take that model and you apply it at the global level, because I think it's a fractal model, that's the same problem. So I think one of the fundamental things, and you could say social investment, and and frankly, social investment is just way too expensive. You can borrow, from a bank. You can still borrow from a bank if you have enough collateral. You're borrowing at 1% to 2%, right? In Europe, you're borrowing at a very low level. Whereas if you go to any form of social investment, the overhead costs of actually the due diligence and the comprehension mean that basically the cost of capital is way too high.
Which is why I say impact investment. You call it social investment, but it's often to me it's not very impactful, and it's certainly not systemic.
But that's the cost of that's the cost of due diligence, right? So the question is, we have to change the theoretical due diligence model of how value is organized.
Right.
Unless we can do that, we don't break the problem. So we have to not only decentralize capital, we have to reinvent due diligence of value.
Right.
And if we can do that in a distributed manner, I think we can then create an architecture which allows for the investment model. So I think that I was just trying to make the point that there's an informational frictional cost, there's a distribution and there's verification and provenance cost of that information, which I think is absolutely the engine behind the problem that we're facing. And I think it's a factor problem. UK has the same problem at a global level. London is overfunded and overfinanced. The rest of the country is underfinanced and underdeveloped. So we have none of the fine-grained investments that are necessary to make equitable societies. And that's a fractal issue, whether you take it, relatively, the UK is overfinanced relative to many other parts of the world. So there's a fractal issue. And if we look at it through that lens, it defines the problem really clearly that we need to solve. Thank you, Steve. I'm out. My apologies for speaking too long.
No. But Indy, I do genuinely believe there are ways to tackle these issues. Okay, maybe we need to do it at massive scale, and what you're talking about is reevaluating how that due diligence, and it's called capital formation, and how that happens. But I believe it can happen in portfolios. So if anyone's watching the live stream right now, or watches it back, I'm putting a still up onto the screen, and that is of what I call the butterfly basket portfolio structure. And it's basically where you there is an equivalent in India. I think it's called the Ayavind Eye Hospital, and essentially it's a commercial business. It does reinvest, I think, the lion's share of its profits, but essentially it is a for-profit with purpose entity, and essentially the poor get the exact same cataracts operation as the wealthy, but they get a mat on a floor in a communal room, which is pretty much what they would normally have. And the wealthy get a posh bed and a posh room and a TV and luxury service. But essentially, in this sense, the rich pay for the poor, and it's a load balanced entity. Now, if you set up a hospital only to provide cataracts for the rich, you could probably make a lot more money in the short term. But the reality is, this is the largest eye hospital in the world, and it is serving both parties, in this sort of differential mechanism. Now, if anyone's looking at the slide that's on the screen, this shows what I believe is possible, where we're putting essentially seed and angel level capital with venture and private equity, although with an awful lot more governance and a lot more value add and at very much larger scale. So essentially, the principle is you have to reinvent both how finance is raised and structured. So essentially, 10-year funds of venture capital and private equity are massively inefficient, and many of the times the social capital or impact investment that you talk about is delivered. It's delivered with those exact same structures, the 2 and 20 10-year model of venture or private equity. And it just doesn't work. It's never going to work for this stuff for exactly the reasons that you're talking about. But there's many more that are integrated. And when fund structures are small, the fees that are charged to 2%, it's not enough to pay for that effective due diligence process. The challenge is processing volume, essentially looking at a volume of entities, and never is money spent, given or invested with the early stage entities to actually to cover their costs while they're going through that due diligence process. It's always on their time, their opportunity cost. On the other side, the investors are happy to take the fees. So this can only work where you've got a real risk culture with others taking that initial risk. We're not factoring that in. So
isn't there a fundamental question though, which is that once you concentrate that capital, so you build $1 trillion, as soon as you concentrate the capital becomes, the risk on that capital means that there's an increased decentralization of due diligence because the capital is concentrated. So I agree with you, we can build the capital, right? So let's say we can build $1 trillion fund. The problem becomes that once you've got $1 trillion fund, your risk capital, your risk and your due diligence then becomes thereby equivalently centralized, and thereby we generate the same problem.
No, because you well, $1 trillion fund is a big fund, so that is way too big in my view. But a fund of about 10 billion sterling, that's the right level, and that can be replicated. Now it could be larger, could be a little smaller, but not much smaller. And with this process, you have the initial investments can be made frequently, because you essentially are providing not just money. The design is to provide cash and organized and thorough help and support with a lot less hoops for those entrepreneurs to jump through. They've got to jump through hoops for sure, and they've got to have a level of validation, but not to the degree that early stage funds typically go through. So what this is really about is discovery. And essentially, if you're able to do this, what it means, you're able then to progress through stages to get to a smaller number of much larger deals. But when you're not looking for the individual returns on an individual deal, you're looking at what is the holistic value in that broad portfolio. But so if you both re-engineer the fund structure, so rather than a 10-year fund, create evergreen funds that can be listed vehicles, thereby having a lot more transparency, and also being able to access public capital, which absolutely wants to go into this type of area, with risk management. Essentially, you're having diversity through risk management, or the risk management comes through the diversity that's both the types of organizations, the sectors and geographies and stages. So you reinvent top down, blended and extended, and reinvent bottom up, i.e. how that early, mid and late stage is like a pipeline. It's like a process. I mean, what I'd say, Indy, is, and for everyone else who's listening in, for all of August, I'm going to be doing a room 3 times a week. It's going to be a Zoom call where we want people to be, visually on the call. It's going to be live streamed onto YouTube. So for people who don't want to be on the call physically, they can be on YouTube, or they can be watching the live stream, and they can be part of it through Clubhouse. And I did it Thursday evening, and it was really amazing. It worked. And what I'm doing is going through the slides. It takes a good couple of hours. It was actually in the end, it was over 4 hours, the one on Thursday. So they're not always going to be that long, but there was an awful lot of questions, and I had some hiccups earlier on in terms of the tech, but got it to work in the end. So I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing it at 8:30 Monday morning UK time, 4 o'clock Wednesday UK time, and 9 o'clock Thursday evening UK time, in place of my regular Clubhouse Room, which is normally at 10 on a Thursday. And the goal really is to show people how this integrated model works. So it's got the media, it's got the collaboration, and I didn't mention that portfolio structure doesn't stand alone as a fund. It's part of the bigger bank, or it's managed by the bank and its subsidiary, and it includes the technology to aggregate the wisdom and essentially augmented intelligence decision support engine is what it will include. So Indy, I would love it if you would join, but anyone else is absolutely welcome to join the Zoom call. If you want to, you can go onto the Instagram or just go onto the transformglobal.co website, and you'll see a link at the top to the events page, and you can register on Eventbrite, or indeed drop me a message on LinkedIn. And if you want to be there, it would be great, because ultimately, what I believe I'm creating is an enabling environment for everything that you're talking about, Indy. And I believe that the way that we get to these places is we go together, and we go with critical mass and with collective strength. And I've seen for way too long too many people at cross purposes, all working in their own silos, and some could argue this is yet another silo, but really what it's designed to be is big enough and strong enough to connect the dots with some core innovations itself, but a mechanism of enabling many others. So you're all welcome. You're all invited. I understand if 2.5 hours plus is a bit of an investment, but I think these things are pretty important. So we have to spend the time sometimes. So that's why I'm doing it multiple times. People will have the opportunity in different time zones as well. But Olusola, I see you've come up and you wanted to talk about the G21, the additional member that Jeffrey Sachs mentioned. So over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Steve. Hi, Indy. Hi, everybody. Good morning from Nigeria. I'm Olusola. When I listen to the Jeffrey that is talking about the G20 that after the turn to G21, I totally agree with him, and I think AU has to be actually part of it, which has the 1.4 billion, as you rightly said, and Nigeria is actually lacking behind. And I think to make Africa great, we need to focus more on Nigeria. And that's what I've been doing since I came back from Indonesia. I've been looking at how Indonesia lifts its rural people out of poverty, which I think what Indy and Steve Subman have been talking about, William, have been talking about on capitalism 2.0. It's actually the way forward, that we need to reinvent the capital and give it back to the rural people. Let's actually not giving them hate and go back to the rural community, actually understand the problem, work in terms with them, and it has to be a sustainability approach. Instead of giving them the hate, that's just what I wanted to contribute. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Olusola. And I'm just reflecting. We met on this platform. I think pretty early in my. I've been on it since I think the 25th of March or something of February, or something like that. And one of the first rooms I ran, I don't know whether it was the first, but it was certainly one of the first few rooms that I ran. You came into, and I've both listened to you in other rooms and appreciated the work that you're doing, and also when you've come into mine and talked about what you're doing around entrepreneurship, around food. You're in the food sector, specifically around mushrooms. I think it's really exciting that you're doing something, because Nigeria obviously is one of those places that fascinates me. I think I've talked to you about this before, but the concept of 200 plus million going to 300 or 400 million by 2050, is fascinating as it is scary when you look at, Nigeria is still importing food and has the challenges that it has. So, I try and think of these things globally, but most of us, struggle to do that. And I'm one. So what and Indy talked about things being fractal. So I look at things, I try and look at things globally, and then I shift my focus. So sometimes I look at the UK, sometimes I look at South Africa, sometimes I look at India, sometimes I look at the United States, and there's so much that we have to address. But because I'd learned approaching 10 years ago now from the entity that I mentioned in the middle of Nigeria, we raised money for a tractor. We call the program Fast Tractor. It's then when I really was starting to learn about the issues that are just fascinating in terms of scale and in terms of complexity, and economic activity is what we need, but Africa is bigger than Nigeria. Nigeria is a massive chunk, but ultimately we can say these things very quickly, but actually tackling them and addressing them it has some complexity, as you know. But if just going back to you, Olushola, if you had any, 3 wishes, in fact, I used to do this. I haven't done it for a long time, but I used to talk about if you could spread magic dust, over a problem to create a solution. Where would you spread it? What would be your wishes? So I guess that's a point to start. What would you do if you could do anything to really enable Nigeria to be sustainable from the environmental and social perspective, and play a hugely important role in the growth of Africa and the world?
Thank you so much, Steve, for this question. Yeah, my 3 wishes is I'm going to change the policy and make everybody, it's going to be a leader that is empathy, that is more of ethical leadership, where you need to carry about the other people. You need to hear the voice. You need to actually know what the problem is from there, not just deciding on what you feel is right for them. It's most important when you have to work on that. That's the first thing. That's going to give you more of a sustainable approach to any problems you are trying to focus on. Like recently,
leadership on every level. I totally agree.
Definitely.
But how do we do that on a policy level? So when you've got the media, that glorifies excess, and makes young people, addicted to the concept of not, obviously entrepreneurship is a big part of what people want to be and do, but often that's just associated with how much you can extract, what car you could drive, what plane you could have, all of that. How do you promote a better form of entrepreneurship and the real wealth that can come from that can include financial for sure, but it's much bigger than financial wealth alone, isn't it? How do you do it?
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Like I told you, I'm going to work on the approach that I discovered the Indonesia people are using. In Nigeria, the educational systems in Nigeria is nothing to write home about. There are a lot of brilliant people in Nigeria, but the right education is not being given. The curriculum is not actually addressing the problem. I'm going to make a synergy whereby the rural community that's living in abject poverty and the educational institutions going to have a synergy to work together to reinvent, to actually discover the potentials in most rural communities and to lift people out of poverty in that. So which I think it's going to be more of a corporate social responsibility idea, whereby you go into the community, you discover what they are lacking, and you build them into the system of what you're trying to showcase to the larger world. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a more inclusive form of corporate social responsibility is, we have to be careful when we're, bashing corporations of every kind, that we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And of course, individuals work for those organizations. So I guess what we have to do is we've got to, if we're able to get that leadership on every level and promote it and essentially show and champion those who are doing good and penalize and shame effectively those who are doing the opposite, that's kind of what we need to do if we can do it fairly. We don't want to, cancel culture isn't really what we need, but in a way we need, to promote the good and make it far more aspirational. That's, but also kind of get away from this, celebrity CEO or celebrity, entrepreneur kind of concept. Even though we want it, we want to make sure that it's, it isn't about ego, it's about value. So, So what were your other two? What were your other two on the wish list? So I understand.
Okay. Like, let me say this to you. I have a friend here that ping in. Evan is in the UK. He's trying to run an e-commerce that it's actually going to lift more people out of poverty in Nigeria. And Dr. Kazim is into waste management systems whereby they generate electricity to the rural community, which I think those are lovely ideas that people are now focusing on in Nigeria. They just saw it as, I take it as untapped opportunities whereby they never put on another lens and see the potentials of what is being a waste as going to be more of a circular economy in Nigeria and to lift people out of poverty. We need to let people see things from another perspective. After hearing what they have to say, because you cannot blame them, they are limited to their environment and what they see in their environment. Until you have to come around and let them see things differently. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Olusegun. I mean, we do need alternative platforms. I'm just trying to remember the name of the entity that was the cold storage entity in Nigeria, and I think it's Simplifex. So I'm going to Google it and see if I can find it. But maybe Messi, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Rakesh and Nandita. But I guess 3 wishes, or the magic dust question. What would you do?
Yeah, that would be Harry Potter, right? You get wishes. I do agree that I think leadership is the number one thing. A lot of private sector solutions sometimes get stuck because of leadership and policies and the regulations that really stifles a lot of innovations, and especially knowing that a lot of the indigenous people, they know the solutions, they just don't have the resources to implement those solutions. So for me, I would agree with that one. The other one would be like to redirect financing, really. It is a lot discouraging here in Ethiopia. You see a lot of innovation, a lot of tech-based solutions, a lot of agriculture, smallholder farmers who live, like 75% of Ethiopians live in the countryside. They have a lot of the solutions, but they don't get anywhere because they don't have the solution, whether connecting them into the market, whether getting them the financing that they need
give
to
us an
get
example,
resources.
something practical that you know and that you have seen in those solutions that you're talking about. What would be examples of things that could get to market eventually, not necessarily with a profit motive that is needs a fast return, but something that's more patient and intelligent, either infrastructure or straight commerce? What would be something that you would like to showcase?
Well, there are 2 of them that I have seen. One is like with the coffee, for example, which is one of the biggest export commodity in Ethiopia that actually has, I think, millions of smallholder farmers that are involved in it, but they never get actually the price that they deserve. It's usually the exporters and usually is the compilers that make the money, and of course the buyers in the West. So there was an initiative to try to get them into the ECX, they call it the Ethiopian Exchange Commodities Exchange, that was supposed to, compile all those millions of smallholder farmers that are involved in producing coffee. But still, because of the traceability and the other initiatives that it still is not providing the solutions that could really have a massive but slowly huge impact on those smallholder farmers, improving their incomes and sending their kids to better schools and a lot of things. So to me, if there are patient capital, a lot of supply chain players can get in and make that a much, much better solution. In a smaller scale, I have seen, for example, a solution provider in about like I think 4 years ago. He in fact was in one of the accelerator incubators for connecting smallholder farmers who have a lot of produce. They don't get the market, so there was a lot of spoilage and things like that. So he came up with a platform where he can connect those farmers to the consumers as well as businesses in cities like restaurants and caterers and things like that. And I was really excited about it. Actually, I met the founders, and in fact, they also won even awards. I think in tech-based solutions, and they got I think initial very small investment. But I tried to get them like for after COVID now, and I realized they didn't get anywhere because they needed more injection of capital to get their platform going. And 4 years later, they are not doing that much. So my wish would be to get financing to go into that type of solutions that have, you know, a whole supply chain solution, so that can have a massive change of the lives of the farmers, because those are the biggest population in the country, and agriculture still is a major the major sector in the country. So that would be my my second wish, and of course my third wish would be to get off my own project, the crowdfunding platform, where I would be able to finance solutions like this, because I really honestly do believe that if we wait for governments, if we wait for international financing institutions to get to these types of solutions, I don't think we will be able to move the needle. So I honestly believe that billions of dollars coming into Ethiopia and into Africa, really 80 billion by my last research to Africa as a remittances, and targeting a very small percentage of that to create and finance these types of fundamental solutions would be, to me, is doing my own little bit of a solution that can move the needle a bit forward.
And what's interesting, and what's really interesting to me about what you're saying is, these are joined up. We need joined up thinking, not linear solutions, like you say, the whole supply chain. And when we, an awful lot of this investment happens at a small level. So, there's even private equity is actually not very headcount intensive. It's less so because there's cash flows, and it's easier to to invest into existing large scale entities because of those cash flows, and therefore you can add leverage. You can add debt on the back of those cash flows, and that lowers the average cost of capital for the equity investors. That's how private equity works. So the investors are able to then improve, in theory, or grow an organization, or take away some of its costs through improvements, and that's how when they sell to another private equity company or into a market, very few hold for the real long term, but when they sell to another, they've dramatically increased the value because of what is inherently financial engineering. Now, venture is a little different. Venture is where there is, for sure, different levels of risk, but venture doesn't typically get debt, doesn't get leverage. So the cost of venture is higher, the perceived risk. And the great challenge is therefore the seed investors and angel investors typically investing, and this applies to impact investors as well. They're perceiving their risk, the fact that so many fail, so they need to get an outsized return, and therefore they don't invest. They need to get to compensate for their losses, they need to get a very significant return on the ones that do work, and that precludes them investing in things that need patient capital and long-term investment, and that need actually a lot of help and support. So the reality, but this is the grand challenge that all of our economies actually face, and that if we don't tackle them, we're never going to get out of these issues with alternative currencies or not. It's really about rolling our sleeves up and building great organizations that are functioning and have people delivering productive value collectively. A corporate, a company, or an organization, is essentially that. It's a mixture of people that collectively do something. Some people do the accounting, and some people do the legal, and some people do the production, and there's some do the sales, and all that should add up to making delivering value to a customer and being paid for that value, and making enough money to make it sustain and hopefully pay for the investment required, and the dip. Funding the dip is what's really important. So what you're talking about, Messi, is we have to just think differently rather than cherry pick and do small deals, or only do things that can be profitable in the real short term, or with a minimum. Sometimes investors do cut their do minimize the regulatory burden by ignoring it, and we can't do that. We've got to make sure that we're treating people well and treating people fairly, and the same for the environment. So that costs more in the short term. However, if we're able to join these entities together, stack innovation collectively, take risk, and also generate returns on a portfolio basis, but where we're looking at it holistically. So we're not only investing in water, but the cross-section of water and agriculture and energy, for example, including cold storage or including storage of other forms. When we do that collectively, we can actually make more money, but it has to be over the long term. And going to what Nandita was saying earlier, who had to go, those storage facilities, they just got to be paid for. So the question really is using financial technologies and mechanisms, not only for the profit motive, but using them for the impact motive alongside profit. But profit has got to be long term. So this can be done. We know that the governments of the world are stimulating like crazy, including in our emerging and developing markets that we're talking about right now. But the challenge, is it's siloed. But when you connect those silos, take money from the African Development Bank or stimulus or guarantees, and the philanthropists and the different overseas aid agencies, and take a little bit from all of them, then you can have the collective impact of lower cost of capital that pays for what is inherently a higher transaction cost in the early time. But then as you create these portfolios, as I'm explaining, what you have is the discovery factor, and therefore you're watering the root, and therefore the fruit that you can then eat is essentially the late stage deals that become more profitable. But as the system is right now, what typically happens is those early stage investors, most of them lose their shirt. A few of them do okay, but most lose their shirt or are very inefficient. And the late stage investors, they profit from that because they come in then and sweep up at these opportunities and apply their financial engineering and do very well and think they're amazing. But the reality is those people who are taking those initial risks, we can share those risks, share that capacity, provide that added value, help and support more intelligently. And therefore, that is the kind of financial and system and business model engineering that we need. Anyway, Lisa or Messi.
Yeah.
Messi.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I? Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Maybe Lisa and Messi then. I know you wanted to respond, but maybe in a moment.
Messi, did you want to respond? I can wait just a little while.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. No, hi everybody. Hi, Steve. And thank you for holding this room. I just wanted to piggyback on Indy because he talked about value-based
system in order to get a ground for the monetary system. And I really think he's right there. I'm so sorry he left the room. He just left the room. We are both architects, so we're in a business that shows very much. There was a big article about that in Sweden. I'm in Sweden, Stockholm, about the construction industry that really is heading in the totally wrong direction, which have it gives a lot of consequences for the rest of the market, actually, and it affects the life for so many people for generations ahead. And I've been in a group for evaluating projects to get state innovation money, and that's really, that is big money. And so I just saw the backsides of that system, because we never get to really evaluate the project from a distance. In order to know what innovation projects really should get money, you need to know, you need to be close to them, and to have close and quick and efficient links between the top level, the funding level, and the ground floor. So you actually need to know those people who are into the innovation system, working with real innovations, because there is a problem, and that is that there is a certain group that are well educated and can articulate well, and they know where there is money to apply for, and they are really good at writing applications for the innovation money. So they do this, and they get the money, but they're not the best innovators. Innovators are very often real messy. Sorry, it's the wrong word, but very energetic people who cannot always put.
Innovation is inherently messy, and that
it is.
It's different, and it's less messy over time.
Yeah,
but you're absolutely.
But what
right.
I wanted to say, what I wanted to say, because this is a little bit of a parenthesis, just to give you a picture of what I've been working with, and I also right now in research in architecture. So what I wanted to say is that we need to get transparency into if you produce a product, you need to really know what exactly are the effects in the production and in the use. We need to know so much more, because we also have a problem with the funding of research and evaluation, because the research money go very often go to the wrong places, and we also need ordinary people, grassroots, to get a chance to know what are the effects in the long term of a certain product or an environment or a certain way of thinking. What are the effects? Because the effects, if you know, we need to build knowledge about this also. So I just feel that we need a totally another mindset, and it's more about that maybe. And we need to know about the values and the consequences in the long term. We need to know much more about that. So that was what I wanted to say. Maybe I'm a little bit blurry, but yeah, it's Lisa. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted myself, but no, you're not blurry, and essentially what I think you're referring to is, that transparency. It is, if you look at, just take in the European Union, the Horizon Europe program, what used to be the Horizon 2020, or if you look in the United Kingdom, you have Innovate UK. Often these programs, they're designed with very, very specific goals in mind, but without the flexibility to really get who they need. It's just crazy how it's like you've got to tick all their boxes, but those boxes, innovation is messy, and it doesn't always look like those who wanting to stimulate it, think it looks. So they develop programs and say, it's electrification. We want, entities that have that are working on storage mechanisms for renewables, but they don't say what about the supply chain for that, or the financial supply chain for that, or if you're doing something that's broad and systemic deliberately, you don't fit in any one of their criteria, and because you're straddling others or operating.
I agree totally. Yeah, and Sweden is such a small country. We're only not even 10 million inhabitants in all the country, so it would be really easy, actually. I'd use the word easy to really know about all the spheres where innovations and innovational thinking is going on. It would be possible for the top level to know about that, really to know and to speak directly to people and with people and follow things that are done. But even Sweden doesn't make it. So, I just see that there is something very wrong in the mindset and in the way of that we do not succeed in collaboration and cooperation and being open and working in teams on the top level.
And that's a really important point, on top of what we're talking about in terms of the structure of these programs. But I wanted just to add to the structure of the programs, those who are doing the evaluation, they're being paid. They're not actually incentivized on success of actually, their incentive is just, to win a contract to do the evaluation. And, yes, their incentive is to get another contract. So very often what they're doing is not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to do things that they really know should have a chance. It really isn't. These things need reevaluation, root and branch, but they need the systemic solutions, the capacity building. I think that can come through, platforms like Big Crowd and other things as they emerge. But in terms of the what you've just said, I really think it is it's critical that the collaboration mechanism is better understood, why we struggle to collaborate. And if you think about it, there is we are all of us, we are deletion creatures. So we are looking at where we're spending our time. And if you think of, the popular application Tinder, we swipe left or we swipe right. And if we are not in a relationship and if we are swiping right, we very often don't build a real relationship. It's just really just titillation. And it's the same with, relationship development for collaboration. You have to invest into it. You have to decide who is going to be worthy of spending time with.
Yeah.
And the reality.
And how do you get there? I don't see that even the education system for small kids are heading in the right direction, actually, right now.
Right.
So I'm quite a little bit depressed.
Well, don't be depressed, because there are.
Sorry. No. I know we mustn't be depressed.
But listen,
we have to
I've had 15 years of banging my head against the brick wall with what I've been doing. And I mean, there's been times when I've really, I've not known how I could go on. A lot of times it's been horrendous. I've done it on virtually no money. I've done it when people who really should want the kind of collaboration and the kind of initiatives that could benefit them massively, they wouldn't even enter a discussion, even though they say on the
But I just want to add one more thing, Steve, and it's because it's really, these are serious matters. I see people getting the foot. I mean, they are asked to leave their positions and jobs if they work in another direction than what's going on right now with greenwashing and social washing and everything. People lose their job if they want to come to terms with the social washing and greenwashing. It's serious. I mean, it's really serious, actually.
You mean they lose their jobs if they do it, or if they don't do it?
they lose their job if they say things straight out that are not, we have these silent cultures where you should work for your company or for your organization. And of course you should do that, but you should also work for a long-term sustainability. And those interests can sometimes, be in conflict.
But
so
you
need to be really smart.
But Lisa, this is a consequence, right, of the lack of competition that is caused by the lack of early stage investment. So when organizations, when people, employees have got choices, they can walk from one organization to another because they know that organization meets their values. They know that they're delivering something that's more than just, getting a wage or working with people they like. They're actually doing something with organizations that they respect. The problem is when we have this economic imbalance, we know that more jobs are created at early stage investment than anywhere else, even with the underfunding, the chronic underfunding that we have right now. And this is this is the same in sub-Saharan Africa as it is in Sweden or the United Kingdom. The numbers and or in Russia where Jacob is, and we'll hear from you in a moment, Jacob. But we know that these conditions are very similar, even if they are subtly different. But the reality is, because we have this chronic underfunding, people who are in a job think themselves very lucky, and they become very, very, they become accepting of practice that they absolutely hate. And because they don't want to put their head above the parapet because it will be shot off. Whereas if you have an awful lot more capital going to the part of our economies we know create all the jobs, in relative terms, global corporations don't create those jobs. They do financial engineering. They do share buybacks. They're not interested in innovation.
But don't you think, Steve, honestly, don't you think that today we lack that kind of experience that we need to have? Because until now, we have been able all over the world just to look upon things monetary wise, and then fund productions and solutions without thinking of the long-term consequences for the planet.
So
and
here's
for
what I
people
believe.
as a whole.
Here's what I believe is a lot of people absolutely do think about these things, but it's called learned helplessness. They try, they get the wrong result and they give up. So then they just kind of adopt those practices and turn a blind eye to the things that they find distasteful. So they kind of, they have coping mechanisms. But underlying that all, most people really want to do good, but they need the enabling environments for that. For that, we need to change the shape of our economies. And as Indy was saying, we need to change how capital formation happens. Now, that can be indirectly through alternative currencies and who gets to form capital. That is hard to do, but it can be done. But equally, you can do it directly with the kind of mechanisms that I'm talking about. So people are protected if they are whistleblowers. They're protected if they are contrarians. They're protected if they're the weirdos that typically will drive everyone crazy, but are really, really important. So we need to create more human organizations. I know it's possible. It occurs sometimes. Patagonia, the interface floor. I mean, there's lots and lots of examples, but we just need it to be the mainstream as opposed to just the fringe. And I totally believe, people need to be brought out of that sort of funk that they can be in, and they need to, be reawakened to the, to their, so we need leadership for sure. And I think there is, there is a case that people are behaving, we need this expertise, as you call it, but I think it's there. It's just lying dormant. And I think the minute that the capital goes in with better governance and with the human factors that are taken into account, I think you see change pretty quickly. But Jacob, I know you're investing with your portfolio. I've been watching your social media recently, and really exciting to see, the kind of positive economic activity that you're working on. I really am very impressed with what I've been watching. Jacob, are you there? Maybe he's either struggling to come off mute or moved away from a little while. Or maybe Lisa or Messi, do you want to, or Rakesh, do you want to just riff off what we've been talking about? Or
Yeah, as you mentioned, startup companies, those who are working on in this impact area, once they get the funding support, like flow, money flow, something is that, then definitely, as you mentioned, it is possible. Everything will be possible. We can see we can observe the changes. Actually, that's what I can say. Yeah, as you mentioned, right.
I think the key though is the money has to go in ways that are. Rakesh, the reverb that I was having earlier, it somehow it's happening on your mic. I'm not sure why, but so thanks for muting again. So yeah, I think the key is if we're investing in ways that is all about the return. So that's why that capital formation and early stage piece is so important, that it comes not just with money, but it comes with fair and intelligent and incentivized help and support, where the incentives are not just about financial return, they're about impacts generated. If we're able to do that, then we stand a chance of making the companies that or ensuring the companies that emerge, those impact businesses and infrastructure projects that emerge, that they are doing it with the right kind of governance. But if the money that goes in, now you could argue things like green bonds, they are actually a really positive development, in making sure the incentive for a lower cost of finance further, we know that green bonds are mostly for late stage organizations and for governments. We know that that is an incentive, lower finance if you meet the environmental criteria and social criteria. But we have to do that on a much wider basis in our economy, and especially in what would be termed off market, so private organizations of every form and every kind, and particularly the small and medium that typically get ignored. So the challenge is that healthy economy, it's got to be rebalanced all over the world for the job creation. But again, if we're doing it only focusing on the money, we're going to fail. Can we go, Jacob? Are you with us still, or are you have you gone for good? Okay, so maybe not gone for good, but Elvis, you wanted to jump in.
Oh, thank you very much for bringing me up. Good morning to all in the house. Basically, I think stirring up this very subject is quite key. Moving on, especially within the Sustainable Development Goals. I've been in talks with several like minds, channeling new innovation and also community projects to bring some stability, possibly by disruption in any way, but making it quite positive in notes here in the UK and across Africa. Reasons being, looked on a year ago, if I would say, after leaving the Eurozone, trade deals has been actually key discussions, as we rightfully know here with the Commonwealth nations. And I see possible, should I say, partnerships stirring up already to facilitate, an ecosystem in around various sectors, agriculture, one, technology, fintech, and all that we could, talk about. But it's very important, I would say, to get the right structure formed around, community-based, getting to work with those locals. And most importantly, I think someone said early on here about policies for Africa. I think he was talking about Africa. And I think those policies also make ease of doing business in that part of the world quite easy as it goes. Also to, working with the right partners, in likes of countries where we are here, Europe, America, the funding, as you say, quite made available, but a structure to actually finance those, goals, as the case may be. As an ambassador for the Global Clean Water Initiative, I look at water as one, and also enterprise development. So, in a nutshell, I think the right partnerships and the right projects to actually draw down funding will be key to really deliberate more on and see how they foster ahead. Thank you. I'm done talking.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elvis. The question is, how does one select which are right and which are wrong? And that really is I think the key issue. And what in my view, what we need, risk capital is exactly that. Until you spend time with people, until you understand, until investment actually flows, it's very difficult to know. So, it's this dance when, everyone, kind of dances around one another, but never actually, embraces. And that's the key, is how do we get to that embrace, so that we can actually, create those long-term relationships that are value enhancing in multiple directions. So I think the key to that comes down to, we've got to get data. There is data that people are not collating, but there's also money that needs to change hands. So, if we take something practical, let's say this fund that we're working to create, and I'd love Jacob, if he's still available, he can come in, because he's got a venture fund in a part of the world that some would say is very challenging. He operates in Moscow and is doing good things in the impact space. I do have always question marks over the value of the venture industry as a whole, but I know there are pockets that really are seeking to do a lot more good than only just financially. And I think Jacob falls into that category from what I've seen so far. But the issue is, imagine a fund where you apply, and you get a 3-word "not for us" response. That's it. You don't get the right of reply. You get no, regardless of. So if you look at how investors filter opportunities, they either go with people they know, or those who get recommended by people they know. That sort of introducer network, which is normally people who they've already invested in. So, you have an issue in terms of where do they actually spend any time, and the reality is that if you're doing something that's new and really innovative and isn't directly, sometimes it's indirectly relevant for that venture fund focus, but let's say you're just slightly outside of it, but over time you could dramatically address the things that they're focused on. It could be mobility, for example, or it could be water. But let's say you're not water, you're heavy engineering that might have water as one of your clients, or let's say you're the motor industry. A gentleman who's very active on Clubhouse is a remarkable entrepreneur from Canada, Carlos Noon, and he's working on a motor that he's struggled to raise money for. He's worked on it for 10 years and things are changing, but this is a reinvented electric motor from the ground up that can save at least 20% of the energy load. But more importantly, it has the ability to have much greater reliability, which is often where the costs of electric motors are. And people don't realize electric motors are everywhere in life, especially in the water industry. There's what enable pumps to pump water around, and there's just so many areas where electric motors are used. So let's say you're a water-related investor. Well, if you are investing only in so-called water, the challenge is that electric pump industry, if you can improve it, and it needs a lot of capital to do so, it changes the dynamics for the water industry all over the world. And yet an awful lot of the time, investors wouldn't look at that because it's one level removed. So this is where we need joined up thinking, and these mandates that are very, very focused, they need to become wider and a lot more appropriate, really. Or we need funds that kind of cross the many chasms that are systemic and enable the rest of the industry. And that's what I'm working on. And but in terms of what you're talking about, identifying those partnerships, Elvis, it really is critical that we find it in our capacity to build business models that enable us to spend money and invest time to get to know those that are the weirdos, the ones that are doing something different, because it's only by doing something different we will actually really grow as a world. Jacob, are you there? If hopefully you are, but maybe not. Okay, so it's now 11:15, and I've been going for just over 3.25 hours. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably, if no one else wants to come up, I see Eli's there. Good to see you, Eli, and Dr. Jamoki, good to see you as well, and Edwin, Yash. There's so many people, and previously we've just had some incredible people through the room today, as we have on the stage still. What I think I'll do is, if people don't want to come up, we'll just go around the room, final comments and final wish list. Just either reiterate your wish list previously, your magic dust wish list, or indeed, tell us something new. But we'll go Messi first of all, and then we'll go to Lisa, and then we'll go back to Rakesh, Elvis, and we'll give Jacob one more chance to see whether he's there, and if not, we'll call it a day for today.
Yeah, it is always really good to hear everybody's perspective and how we can make a little bit progress as we go, and we don't end up in catch-22 just discussing and not getting progress, because to me is that we see the system and it's not something that is movable very easily. So, and it's not completely overhauling anything, but at least showing by example how things can get improved. Like I mentioned, for example, it's not the progress that we would like to see, but the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and also Kenya is doing really well. To some extent, it's because they were able to mobilize local angel investment. There are local networks, individuals that are not normally used to being investor into other ventures, but usually get into into their own businesses. Here in Ethiopia, for example, one of the very richest billionaire that used to be here, he had 48 businesses, and more than half of them weren't doing well, because I guess they're not just used to investing into other amazing entrepreneurs. So I think these 4 countries are making progress because they are figuring this out and coming up with taking the risk capital that you have been talking about, Steve, and doing the risk investment, the angel investment, the friends and family round at the beginning. It is because they understand the local market, the local entrepreneurs and founders, and how to make a difference. And then once they get into a little bit of early stage, growing stage, other capitals are much more interested. Like you said, no one is getting into the risk patient capital. So to me is, can we make progress with what we can? For example, I mentioned it to you, one of the entrepreneurs here in Ethiopia who have been trying to connect the smallholder producers to businesses, caterers, and stuff struggled. But the very exact same solution in Kenya, I think Tiga Foods is doing quite well. I don't know how they managed, but they got the first round of funding, and now other impact investors are jumping in, and they are doing really well. And it shows you that the difference, to me at least, from what I look at it and I say, what are the things we can learn from, what are the lessons we can learn from that is getting the local angel investors going. So I am hopeful that we're gonna do progress. Otherwise, we would be talking about the same thing, 10 years later, and that's not what we all want to do.
Messi,
So.
we're not. I am determined that isn't going to be the case. I mean, I've spent enough years at this, working on it, and I'm determined to bring it to fruition. And the whole concept of having a bank like Transform Global, a new World Bank but better, it's really about supporting that impact ecosystem, but stretching it, because we know, Lisa talked about governance and transparency, and we've talked about it many times. The reality is, impact has got to be impactful, and that means stretching the kind of fund structures, or at the very best, connecting the, often you have donors and philanthropists and aid agencies that are providing capacity building, but it's disconnected from the investment, that will follow. Now, I would much prefer to see those donors and philanthropists and impact or aid agencies, for example, being part of the investment system, so their money becomes essentially like a repayable grant or a convertible grant, and therefore, if they put money into things and that can be pure risk capital, but if they're putting money into both the impact investors on a fund level, as well as directly providing that capacity building activity to projects on the ground, my goal would be that if they somehow fund an amazing success, rather than it just being written off, as is the case with a lot of grant funding, really they should have a share of the upside, so they can actually recycle that money and make it go a lot further. And this is where we need this level of innovation and this level of collaboration, frankly. But I don't see that happening unless you have, some organization that can intelligently bang heads together. And the way of doing that is with, the financial incentive. And that's why, the model for the bank is really, we've designed the SDG 360 Game Changer Fund and the media platform that I've talked about, and the collaboration and funding platform, but which is bigcrowd.net and fundingtheglobalgoals.tv. But ultimately, that bank is designed to support all of those in the ecosystem that are delivering impact and make sure we're connecting the dots. So, we can do it. It won't be another 10 years. It can't be.
You know what, Steve? It's so interesting, even when you are saying what you are saying exactly now. Here in Ethiopia, I can tell you that there is the money, especially with development partners. And one of the things I see is they even compete with each other. Yeah. So they duplicate effort instead of collaborating and making progress. So one of the examples I can tell you, and I'm not going to name what organization, they contracted me as a consultant to do the Ethiopian small medium enterprises ecosystem, and what are the activities the donors are doing, the government is doing, the private sector doing, and what are they doing, what is the funding, so that they can figure out how this is 50 million euro initiative, this is that they were trying to get into. And they thought, okay, instead of duplicating what everybody is doing, if we do this study for us and we figure out who is doing what on the ground, then we can come up with a different one, or we can collaborate with someone. And in fact, it wasn't even interesting for me. I was interested because I knew what was happening. I was interested in implementing, and especially in the coordination part of it. So I said I would do it, and I did it. And that study indicates so much duplication by almost everyone on the ground, and so much money going in, millions after millions in grants, as well as in technical assistance, as well as in actually they call it partial guarantee system, where they can provide to banks saying that we can take the partial guarantee of like 50% of the risk if you provide small enterprises a loan. If you extend and they default, we'll take 50% of the risk. So they call that, and all of them were getting into that too. And most of them, they can see even there wasn't a result. One of them, they were funding that for about 3 years, and they only financed one enterprise in 3 years, imagine. And I was saying that let's come up with a sensible reason, and also coordinating all this duplication. Here is the study. Look at it. Who's doing what? How many years of this intervention, and all that. And guess what? After they got that study, they didn't do anything either. So to me, it's like what you mentioned. Can we come up with innovative solutions, even in the developed economy?
And I think that includes the carrot and the stick, and that also includes, you know, the what we can do with the media. So just think of this media channel that I'm talking about. Imagine having local bureaus that say, we're going to ask the tough questions of the aid agencies, you know, because sometimes they are, or the development finance entities that are, they could be local government or they could be international, but very often nobody's really asking the tough questions, you know, on a daily basis and saying, why isn't there the transparency, or here's how we can deliver it, or you're doing this. And, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know, and the reality is nobody, you know, is squeaking in a way that annoys the people who are deploying these funds in their own interests. So, you know, that's why I'm so excited by funding the globalgoals.tv. Okay, admittedly, it's me sitting in front of a screen in a home office right now, but, you know, this has got the potential as part of the bank, you know, to put massive amounts of money into it directly, and then eventually through third-party donors and other funders, to shine the spotlight that conventional media does not shine. You know, wherever have you seen any real discussion on CNBC or Bloomberg about the role of development finance and the failures of it? You know, the organizations that are in that and that do events, they don't want to lose their customers, so they don't ask them the tough questions. You know, it's just it's I think the Bible talks about it tickling their ears. You know, meaning saying things that you know just they want to say and make each other happy, but it's not actually, you know, asking the real tough questions. So imagine this media channel, this media platform that has the reach to be able to get people, and the publicity to shine a spotlight and get these things into the mainstream. That kind of behavior modifier will change behavior, plus better competition. And then when these people, I'll give you an example that Stuart Williams talked about, which is just, I think, a classic example of dumb duplication and dumb activity. In Charleston, South Carolina, where he's based, there was I think it was an Alzheimer's, I think there was like 10 or 12 Alzheimer's charities, 10 or 12. And a major donor who was already donating to several of them came forward and said, I will up my donation significantly. I don't know what the numbers were, but it was like a really serious amount of money. However, for us to do that, you've got to come together, you group of 10 or 12 entities, and I want you to come back with a plan on how collectively you'll spend that money for greatest efficiency. And if you do that, you get that much greater sum of money, and if you don't, you don't. And they didn't come back with a plan. And you know, we have to recognize that, you know, ego exists in NGOs as much as it does in business, as much as it does in government, you know, and inefficiency does, and self-perpetuation. You know, people want, you know, and going back to this whole, you know, issue of why don't we collaborate that Lisa was talking about, it's because people are busy, but they also don't want to share their contacts. They don't, because they think that's my contact. I remember, and I'll tell you, I don't mind saying who this man is. You know, there's a funder called Stephen Schmidheiny who had made money, I think, in the chemicals industry or something, a really big impact investor. And he had invested in something called Solar City, I think it was, or Solar Century, which was a solar installer run by an amazing man called Jeremy Leggett. Jeremy Leggett is one of the pioneers of the green and clean space in this country, and I'd met him a number of times, and he'd never really given me much attention. But I did hear about this Steve Schmidheiny being one of his investors, and I working on Transform Global at a much earlier stage. I said to Jeremy, would you mind making an introduction to this investor who says he cares about the issues? This was way before the Sustainable Development Goals, but who wants to address sustainability? And I've got a very big solution. And Leggett's response was, no, absolutely not, because I don't have the time to look at what you're doing, and I'm not going to put it to my contacts unless I really buy into it. And this happens, you know, and I was pretty pissed off, to be honest, because I think, you know, why are you not sharing? Why, you know, you say you care, you know, spend a bit of time, you know, and just really, really, you know, give us a fair chance. You know, you've got someone who says they want to fund this stuff, says they care about this stuff. What's wrong with you? And actually what I did, I think I sent him that kind of an email, and it wasn't like a really bad one, but it was, if we don't, you know, get beyond this, we're never going to address these issues that you say you care about. And holding on to our contacts like they're our contacts is crazy. And what this guy did, I had a seed investment, a seed investor, someone who put a little bit of money in, who's been very helpful initially. He's still he's still on our share table, and he's a really decent, nice man, but he's not super wealthy. But he put some money in. He helped me. And what this guy Jeremy Leggett did is he emailed him that because he knew that he was an investor, and had a right go that I had dared question, you know, his motivation, you know, because he wouldn't spend the time and he wouldn't introduce his contact. Now, I'm sick and tired of this over and over again. And that's why, you know, on a public forum like this, I'm happy, you know, to have that debate, you know, and say this. And if Jeremy Leggett or, you know, even Steve Schmidheiny, if anyone knows him, wants to bring him into these rooms, let them, you know, and let them justify their actions. You know, but that's the whole point, Lisa, is we're never going to, unless we can figure out and say, they're not our contacts, and I don't necessarily know enough to evaluate this project enough, but let me at least provide that introduction. When we start to give others a leg up, when we get our own ego out of the way and saying, yes, this is deserving at least of a fair shot, that's when we start to collaborate. Does that make sense?
But I think I think part of the problem is that we all are, like you said, maybe scrambling for same resources. But here on the ground, that's what I know is that pretty much not just the aid organizations that have millions and millions to deploy, but also the NGOs and others. They all have vested interest in winning, as well as being the best NGO on the ground, as well as the one who are actually reaching the bigger number. It doesn't matter even if it's gonna fall apart in a few years, as well as creating employment for themselves. As well, one of the things I also learned is that which became detrimental to me personally, is that the aid organizations, especially, they change their implementers, including the ambassador, every 4 years. So you can't believe it how much money I invested in when I first started here, and I came back from Canada, from where I used to live, almost 7 years now. Is that I create so much closer relationship, explaining what I'm doing, what needs to be done, what makes a difference. Also, even from the research that I say, don't duplicate efforts, let's collaborate. Or even if you don't collaborate, just take somebody else's result and move it forward, come up with a new solution to go forward, not start from scratch and do the exact same thing, but you think you're going to do it better. One of the things I learned is that after we take so long time and the person understands it quite well and convinces their head office and try to invest the money, they go. They're done because they change them every 4 years. So most of them have vested interest in ribbon cutting and also deploying some amount of money. That's how they measure their success, so that they say, oh, okay, I'm going to get complaint from headquarters if I don't deploy, 10 million, whatever their budget is. They're going to ask him, oh, how come you didn't spend it? So they would just spend it no matter what, no matter how it's going to fall apart after 4 years, because they leave. They implement it, they get the credit, they get the ribbon cutting, they get the clapping, even the local buy-in with the local government and office, which is the exact same thing here. They're partners in the local government. They don't stay long, they move around a lot, so they don't care with the long term.
But that happens in business as well. So if you look at the average tenure of a Fortune 500 CEO, or CEO in many large organizations, it's 3 or 4 years. So what happens, and obviously we know this is the case in politics. So people either inherit a disaster and have to sort it out, or they inherit some sort of success, and take credit for it, which is not their own, but then they're moving on to something else. And often you have these, career hoppers, that are, get, like you say, some ribbon cutting and some, publicity, and then they're off to the next thing and forgetting the disaster that they've left in their wake. So these are all issues that we have to find better ways of addressing. And I believe, the best way is getting capital, to the innovators who are innovating on transparency, innovating in media, innovating, in the areas that will drive these people crazy, and hold them to account. And therefore, so that is part of a healthy economy. You need that capital formation, you need that positive economic activity, but you need the people who are questioning the stuff that isn't happening. And what's exciting right now is you've got the power of people, that can be mobilized and organized with social media, to drive people who are not delivering absolutely crazy and point out if they are, operating at cross purposes. But thank you, Messi. I do very much appreciate everything you say in here, and we're not going to solve it all today. But Kapi, am I saying it correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
Hi. So over to you. We've got Jay and Unissa and is it Go Aura or Van? Sorry, coming in as well. But Kapi, to you first of all.
Hello everyone, I'm glad to be here. My name is Kape, it's an African name, so we pronounce everything. About this topic, I want to come in with a bit of highlight from what Meseret from Ethiopia has been speaking about. I've been one of the implementers and I'm a public health consultant. And I feel like I've been working in the East African region as a consultant across Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. And I feel like the reason why most donors are not happy and they feel like the projects they are funding are not going further or not much is happening is because of the problem with the organizations, as Maserati has mentioned. And from the countries that I worked in, I'm just going to speak about my personal experience. I was a wash consultant, and one of the innovations that we came up with to deal with this problem, that's why, as she has mentioned, Kenya so far is actually doing good in implementation of the SDG. And the reason is, one, we mapped out, the government mapped out all the partners, and we thought by mapping out the partners, that will really help in knowing what work is being done where. But then, at the end of the day, we realized that the different organizations, they don't want to share the information out. They want to keep the success to themselves. And at the end of the day, that was, of course, bringing about duplication of activities in different areas, repetition of the same thing, and that was not a good thing. So, as one of the consultants, we came up with this monitoring and evaluation platform that is run by the government, by the local government in each area. It's so each work any partner in that area does, they have to update it to the real-time monitoring system. So if you do something maybe in WASH at this moment, you upload it into the system and everybody can see it, not just everybody in Kenya, but everybody across the world, all the partners who can see it. It's a website they can follow through. And this website has been hosted by the government, by the Kenyan government. And the moment that started happening, it was very comfortable for donors, wherever they are, investors, whoever is contributing to it, wherever they are seated, they can log into the website and see, oh, okay, so I'm a partner, I'm one of the funders in this organization, and I can see that they've delivered maybe 3, 4, 10 villages today or this week. It's easier to follow up. And
Kape, what's the website?
We call it real-time monitoring system. I was working with community-led total sanitation. So it's hosted by the government. If you're on your laptop, you can just go to Ministry of Health Kenya, and then there's a drop down where it talks about CLTS. So
I'm live streaming this, right? So what I'll do is pull it up and see if I can. So here we are, Ministry of Health, Republic of Kenya,
yes.
And the drop down says what?
moh.go.ke.
Yeah, I've got that. Okay.
And then there's the online e-services.
E-services, got it.
And then you go to a drop down. From the e-services, there'll be a drop down. There'll be DHIS and so on and so forth. But that specific one is CLTS.
CLTS, Community-Led Total Sanitation. So,
yes, it's about open defecation-free country.
Okay, so I've got
and
it.
If you can...
And I'm going to switch to it right now so people can take a look. There we go. Real-time monitoring system. Open
Have you found
defecation.
it?
Yeah, I've got it. So if anyone's watching the live stream, you can see it on the top of my Instagram. And if you go to my Instagram, there's a link tree in my bio. So essentially the only link in Instagram you can get. And you should be able to see it. So for anyone who wants to watch it back, it's there too. But so real-time monitoring system, community-led total sanitation. So this is interesting.
Yeah. So can you see the number of villages? Can you see? Could you just give us a breakdown of what you see so that it's easier for me to keep explaining?
Sure. So I'll read it. So it talks about open defecation free mission, Kenya rural. There's customized reports, and then there's a staff account. Time remaining to achieve the ODF, but it talks about status. System implementation is 95% implemented. Geocoding of 60,000 plus villages is 85%. Training of pilot MOH staff, Ministry of Health staff, I guess that is 75%.
I think we can just we can just stop it there, and you get the breakdown. You even have the time frame. So you see, most funders, when you give money for a certain project, there's always a time frame to it. So in that system, there's a time frame. We say we have this much time to achieve this percent. Every time somebody in an implementer in the village level does work on the village for open discussion free steps, it is immediately uploaded, and within a few hours we can see the progress and so on. So that you see that problem that Mazrat said, most people would hoard their funds, would hoard a lot of their funds, and then when it's a few days before end of the project, they're like, oh, we have to put this money out there. We have to use this money. Now they end up, not using money.
Cappy, let me ask a question. What is the CLTS triggering session in progress? So if anyone's looking at the website now or the live stream, there's some photographs in the gallery at the bottom. And there's a map of where, a map, like a heat map that shows, where money is being claimed or not. And it talks about the activity below, but the gallery shows the pictures. And this is really interesting. If anyone's not heard of someone called Jack Sim, Jack Sim calls himself Mr. Toilet. In fact, I will, on the live stream, bring him up. He's a Singaporean who was dedicated his life really to tackling the sanitation issue. And he's just a remarkable individual who I met a number of years ago in 2008, I think it was the first time I met him. And so the worldtoilet.org is the organization that he is the founder of. So I wonder whether he knows about this initiative. And if he doesn't, I would love to put it in front of him and get him to discuss it, because I think it's amazing. But go back to the CLTS triggering.
Yeah.
It's a picture of a lady standing, in a kind of village setting, but with lots of pieces pictures, a lot of images or pieces of paper on the ground. And it looks like a bit of a kind of a method of explaining to people how, what happens when sanitation, when they're using open defecation, what happens to pathogens and sort of the spread of disease. So is that what I'm looking at, or is that something different?
Yes, I was not going to get into the implementation details, but normally it's a CLTS is a training process where you speak to the community members with the language they understand,
Right.
So you teach them on the advantages and disadvantages of, defecating openly, why we should have a toilet. You map out their region. So you see the papers on the ground.
Yeah.
They draw a little, map of their
So that
represents
that represents the huts or the buildings, and
yes, and they put the huts there,
and they ask them to say, where do you go and defecate, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
You know what you're saying,
my point,
Cappy? I'm sorry for interrupting so much, but when you said, this is you weren't going to talk about that. Everything is about this. It really is. Although, at a systems level, it's how do you do it at scale? And I'm really excited about what you're explaining. On a granular level, it's how do you change behavior, and how do you make technology, a toilet is essentially a technology or a method of actually disposing of the waste is a technology actually. So how do you make that acceptable when it's behavior change? You do it in this way that you're explaining right now. So it is everything. It's really important. So keep going.
So the reason I brought that example up, that is just to be used as a skeleton on how we can ensure, that these SDGs are raising across all continents, all the world. It's just we need to do better monitoring and evaluation, because the moment we can monitor what's happening, at the ground level, we can always know how our money is being spent there, and we can know that if we give this county or country a certain time frame, we can see a breakdown of activities, how many people are involved in doing this activity, and so on and so forth. And many countries, when you go to different countries, there's a problem of sharing information. The different partners, they don't want to show what they've done so far. You know, they really sideline the government. They don't work with the government. But I always encourage, if anybody is funding an organization, you must know that this organization collaborate with the local government of that specific country, the national government, because the moment the national government is in control of what is happening, and the donors and the funders, it is easier for them to say this region needs more help than this region, because you find most partners want to go to areas that are very easy to implement, you know, proximity to the city, you know, those areas that are more, they're easy to take up new knowledge, change their behavior and all that. But then at the end of the day, it means 10 partners will be in that specific region. And when you go to a different region, they lack. And when you look at the statistics, the country will still be lagging maybe on issues of water, sanitation, and hygiene, or education, or any other.
Because they've been picking low-hanging fruit. So I really love the concept of enabling this, you know, but you need a public sector that can work, and that's another issue, you know, that, but equally, you know, this is a program that could be replicated in many other parts of the world and adapted to their locality. And I think that's the role, you know, of development agencies, that really they should be, you know, not reinventing the wheel, but enabling, you know, amazing wheels to be, you know, adapted to other locations. And that's where I just think also the private sector, such as Transform, that's where we would be saying, but, you know, this policy, this initiative that exists here, how do we get it to exist here, here, and here? So Jay was clapping. Did you want to say anything else right now, or
maybe if I can just finish?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Just one last sentence here. One thing I also realized is partners could be implementing the same goal, but then they have different methods. Different methods, same goal. And when that happens, maybe I go to a region and I want to change their behavior so that they can be encouraged to build their own toilets, yeah? But then there's another partner who wants to come there and give them toilets, you know,
right.
Give them free toilets. So I feel like partners, when they work in a certain region and they work with the government in that region, there'll be tandem in the activities that they do, you know. You cannot go and just give
and that's interesting, because you know, those for-profit investors that are impact investors with real knowledge and understanding, you know, their model gets killed if you've got another, you know, supposedly well-meaning donor organization saying we're going to come in and give this solution, because we often know that they fly in and fly out, you know, and it might be they fly in for 2 years or whatever, but, you know, they leave chaos behind because it's kind of, you know, meddling is a little unfair, but often that's what it is. You know, it might be really well-meaning and it might be absolutely necessary, but then what it's doing is it's kind of, it's you know, often that, you know, I've heard so many examples of, you know, toilets being used as chicken coops and, you know, food storage and whatever, because they weren't culturally acceptable and they didn't have buy-in from the local communities, you know, but, you know, well-meaning organizations thought, yeah, we're going to come in and fix you. And it's interesting, on the subject of sanitation, Jack Sim talks a lot about the fact that the poor have dignity, you know, and they want to have agency. They want to design, the solutions in a way that is culturally and aesthetically pleasing to them, and in whatever that means. And often, fly in Western or wherever solutions, they don't meet that sort of sniff test for the locals, and therefore they don't get adopted anyway. But at the same time, that sort of market disruption occurs. So the question underlying all of this is, how do we make sure there's a joined up approach to this stuff? And again, I think it's fair to say governments should have a role to a degree, or certainly agencies have to question the efficacy of some of these entities that are wanting to come in and do good. Cape, do you want to finish off? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Yes, no, I think I've highlighted most points, and thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, I mean, and thanks for making it very practical, because this is a great example. I'm going to look at it more. There's someone called Arthur Wood who's working, who did a few years ago work on something called the World Sanitation Financing Facility, and as I mentioned, Jack Sim. But I think what we need to do is, and through the magic of Clubhouse and this level of collaboration, for sure, it would be very interesting, to see if we could organize over time, rooms and discussions that are really just about how do we not reinvent the wheel with regards to sanitation, and take best practice and replicate it or adapt it. Jay.
Hello, Kapi. I love what you said. I have a few things to say. Ironically, I'm working very much on that concept of, let's call it, tech-aided collaboration at a very local level, but framed in terms of the aspirations of the SDGs. And this is a multi-partner, multi-stakeholder platform. Before I get into the deep dive into the kind of the detail of that, I'd also like to talk to you, offline, Steve, and thank you for inviting me up. And I think you've reached out to me, and I've reached out to you, and so it's great to make the connection. Let me start off with the nature of aid, and I've been working in this field for a while, and certainly with not-for-profits and NGOs for about 35 years. So I've got the scars to prove it. They're not necessarily designed to fail, but we don't incentivize success.
Right.
We have introduced within the ecosystem of humanitarian help, whether it's in one country, even in the developed north, or in terms of the whole kind of social development agenda, we have created a system which is fragmented, and it gives rise to unhealthy competition between agencies, and we haven't incentivized collaboration. Collaboration is not that easy. It requires investment. I mean, it's ironic that of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, only one deals with human behavior and behavior change, which is partnerships, right? Everything else is about targets and institutions and all the rest of it. There's only one, partnerships, our willingness to hold hands and embrace each other and kind of talk it through and in a discursive way come to a common solution. There's only one goal there. And even that, if you dig deep into what its targets are, it's very top down, it's very institutional. I think people need to liberate the goals from the clutches of the system. And you know what the system is.
Sure.
It is said that about 50% of aid projects don't really meet their targets, they fail, and so on. Aid has become an industry, yeah, where people from very often the global north will get involved in this kind of thing. They may have good hearts, but by the end of the process, they either get very jaded, cynical, they become institutional, or they get promotions up to kind of global levels, and they get very comfortable on their per diems and the paychecks, and they'll do another TED talk or get invited to the World Economic Forum or whatever it is. No,
there's a term for some of the ones. There's a term for some of the ones out of DC. They're called the Beltway Bandits, and it is fascinating how aid flows very often, conditional on the entities that are providing those services. Often they are in the country that's actually giving the aid in the first place. But often, what can occur, and it's not always, and there's great examples of alternatives, but what can occur is where the brain trust of the countries that are actually recipients, rather than actually work in governments and ministries and or entrepreneurship, they become drivers for people who work for the UN. It's insane because they can earn more money than they can doing what they really should be doing. So the perverse incentives are what need to be looked at, root and branch throughout this.
Can I just carry on, Steve? That was useful, and I think you've got experience, and you captured exactly what the problems are. But I think it's very difficult.
Keep going. Sorry for interrupting, but keep going.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I will. Yeah, with your permission, I will. I think it will be quite useful, and I'm kind of building on what Kape said, and actually what Messeret also kind of was alluding to before. So anyway, let's just if we kind of like, let's say, had a campaign to change the system, I don't think that that's going to actually yield more toilets on the ground. I think we've got to do both. And I think it's much better to do than to tell, or advocacy has its limits. And I've been doing that for a long time. Okay, so I'm 60 years old now. I may not have very long on this planet, but by God, I think my determination to make a difference, make a change, is burns as brightly as ever. So anyway, enough of that kind of nonsense. But okay, so looking at the system, we have donors and really bilateral donors, government donors, USAID or UK aid, typical CEDA, NORAD, all these kind of big. I mean, Scandinavians are slightly better, I think, but certainly with the UK and USAID, there is this extension of soft power through aid giving. Yeah, so there are conditionalities. I'm not talking about human rights kind of stuff, but very often trade follows aid, and so people get boxed in, and which is why to some extent the model that China brings in, which is like, we don't ask the questions, we just kind of build the airport and the roads and all that kind of thing, but it's always big infrastructure, which we do have to talk about corruption at some time, but there we go. So there is this unholy nexus between donors, government, but when you talk about government, it involves politics. And where does that 50% of ineffective aid and waste go to? In whose pockets and all the rest of it? So what we need is to kind of build, in a sense, both really and conceptually from the bottom up, but without pretending that we're going to change everything all in one go. Now, I love the idea of what Kape is doing. It's not just an idea, the actual practical exercise of this. My model is to think of the 17 goals, or the 16 goals and the method of doing it. Think of it as the global commons. That is what we own, and we have to kind of wrest from the control of the bad guys, right? So that is your global commons. We all live in different villages, and we all want those 16 goals to succeed in each of these villages. So what do we have to do? We have to come together in a multi-sectoral, kind of platform. And if it was tech-aided, just like what Kape was saying, we don't have to confine that to things like wash and toilet building and this kind of thing, which is kind of like the same, well, not quite the same thing, but you know what I mean. But it can move across all the different goals, not individual goals, but we cluster them in order that, you know, I don't know, sort of employment and empowerment and equality, all kind of, you know, maybe a cluster. I mean, I can talk about that in more detail, but the important thing is the methodology of doing this. I'm trying to get towards the end. So what that will result in, the multi-agency partnership approach, is a mutuality. It's a mutual responsibility and accountability. It may not be the entire budget which is being held by the government or the bilateral donor, but we need to advocate for the release of a substantial part of that funds, which can then be controlled by the community in an accountable way. It's not that they all have to be bookkeepers and technologists and civil engineers. It's not like that, but you hold them to account by making the decisions on priorities. I mean, I won't go into the whole kind of model and that sort of thing. I would just make one recommendation in terms of a name. Somebody called Indy Johar, INDY.
Indy was in the room earlier.
Johar.
Indy was in for quite a bit earlier, and he had to pop
Damn,
off.
I missed him.
Yeah, and I've known Indy for a number of years.
Indy's
He's
a fantastic guy. I was just listening to him yesterday, I think it was, and I'm talking about like how we have to shift the idea of value, and especially things like land values and whatever. And that has to be kind of controlled by communities in human-sized village proportions, not mega cities, but communities in which people kind of know each other or know someone who knows someone, right? That's what we've got to try to recreate. Now, my final point, please just give me just a minute more, yeah?
That's fine.
I have, thank you. Since, I don't know, I've been working on this idea for a couple of years, but since, I don't know, about 6 weeks ago, a month ago, it's taken a very exciting new turn, and it relates to Africa, because I think Africa is my focus and my hope for this thing taking off for various reasons I'll come to later. But I'm in the process of partnering up with a think tank based in Kampala, which focuses on governance, monitoring, evaluation, and accountability systems. That's what they do. They train, they capacity build, and all the rest of it. What I bring to the table is this idea of using technology to be able to reach out further, faster, and have greater transparency. Exactly what like Kape was saying. Anywhere in the world you can look at what resource allocation there has been and so on. So the marrying of these two things with the possibility of bringing African think tanks, for starters, into the conversation. And there was a summit, I did say one point, but this illustrates it. At the end of 2020, I think, there was an African think tank summit, okay? And there is a report out there online. Please have a look and just see what it is that they say is important. And it accords so well, it aligns so well with the kind of thinking that me and this partner organization, well, soon to be partner organization, are thinking in terms of what is needed. So I'm very excited. I'm very glad to be here. Please, whoever is interested in what I'm saying, let's talk to each other and let's build something together. I'm not going to retire to some tax haven as a result of this, but if it really changes the way in which we do the business of development, I will be so happy. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry I took up so much time. It's Jay here, and
I'd love to know more about the detail. And it's probably before we just go to Van and just then go around the room to close it. And I see Gloria's here. I have invited you up to speak, and I know it's you may be doing other things, but you're very welcome to, as would be anyone else, Layla, Eli, etc. Before we close. But yeah, I mean, I'm really keen on knowing more. And the goal for Transform Global, if you dig into it, and if you take a look at my Instagram profile at the top, you will see or a Linktree link, and on that there's a comprehensive video. I think it's the second or third link, which explains my model to create a new World Bank but better. And part of that vision is to create fund structures and platforms and invest in others as well. And it's really about the kind of system innovation that we're talking about, but that can operate on a very significant level. And the challenge I've seen is just, too many impact entities are small, and those funds are either small or follow the existing route, which is limited. And we need to change, delivering patient capital, added value, help and support, portfolios, and we need to do it at real speed. So the vision for Transform Global, it can unlock, although we're raising just about 2.35 million right now sterling, that will enable us then to do some follow-on raises and to essentially put in place the infrastructure to unlock about 18 billion, both for the fund and the umbrella over a 3-4 year period. But that creates a platform that can unlock hundreds of billions over the next 10 years. And that's the goal, because that capital, if you can deploy it to the parts that are most catalytic, then it can do the most good. But it's not just into for-profit activity, it's also into not-for-profit initiatives, and to shine a spotlight on both the successes and the replication that we need, as well as the things that are undermining what we need to do. So Jay, I'd love to know more, and I encourage you to take a look, but also to join the rooms that I'm going to be doing. I'll be doing one at 8:30 UK time tomorrow, one at 4 UK time on Wednesday, and one at 9 o'clock UK time on a Thursday. And that's going to be essentially Zoom calls. You can register via the link on my Instagram, or ping me a message on LinkedIn. And there'll be Zoom calls that are also live streamed and also available. People can listen in on Clubhouse. So that's to discuss the detail of what this bank will look like, how it will operate, how we'll raise the money, how we'll put in place the teams, how it will have the governance, how it will work. So, if we're talking about collaboration, this is really, it is designed for collaboration. It's designed to initiate it, but it needs collaboration to kick it off. I know Van is there, and Gloria, hopefully you can stay around but if we can let Van go first of all, and then we'll come to you. Van?
Hello, Steve.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. And I am here. My name, by the way, my name is Van Zambrano. I'm from Philippines, and I love what we are sharing about collaboration. And I just want to talk about collaboration, because right now I have a startup, and it's a very, very early startup, and we are working on a project for tourism, for a travel tech application. And I would like to share this to all the people here inside the room. Like, if you are already, if you are an NGO, or if you have an organization that you have a project, I just would like to connect with you, because we are building a local communities that will offer an authentic local experience travel hosting. So we would like to create a local community so that they can create an event to host for those who would like to experience in the outdoor adventure, or a immersion in the local style living. So what I am hearing a while ago, that you have already some program, some project, but I would like also to share what I would like to do. This is a project that I am working last year when I enrolled in the social enterprise school, and this is my project proposal, and I able to present it to our school, and then I just would like this to
So
happen.
is there
The idea.
Van? Is there a website? Is there go or a trip? Is that it or?
The website that in my bio is tayuna.com. It is a social enterprise integration. We are now working in the other platform for connecting social enterprise, so that we can create a story, we can promote them, and then introduce them to their market. So what I am talking a while ago, is working on the local communities, building local communities, to teach them how to become a host of an event or a local immersion or a local living style. So I've been to Ethiopia 2010, and also Kenya, and also in Mozambique and Sudan, and I love the culture, the people. I love the hospitality. So although our project only comprised only in Southeast Asia, even though we are still looking for a social impact funder for building this community, because what we are working right now is our startup to launch our mobile application. But in the separate way, we are also working with a local community building, and we would like also to collaborate with NGOs who still looking for a project. So we can plug in our project, for building local communities. So let me know if you have more, if you want to ask more about this detail. I don't want to get most of the time here, but if you guys can also help me out for additional funding to raise awareness in the local. We would like to expand our area to the entire Asia. So we're still working right now, since still we have pandemic, and this is the good time to work with the project, because we are looking closely to the travel industry, that they are recovering right now. And the problem with the travel industry right now, they before pandemic, the travel they have the issue for over tourism. Over tourism is the issue when people are packed inside in one tourist spot, and then there is no alternative or an alternative route or a new destination to go. Like in Thailand, if you want to come in Thailand, there are the mainstream travel are very strong, and there is no new tourist destination to go, and that's what's happening in the entire world. That over tourism is the big issue, and now the travel industry right now want to create another route for tourism to avoid over tourism. So our project also would really be one of the solutions, so that when we able to build a community of outdoor adventure, so this could be an option or another route for people who would like to experience outdoor adventure and local immersion style living experience that the local community offer for all of this kind of events.
Van,
yeah.
Thank you for contributing. If anyone wants to get in touch, they obviously your contact details are in the profile. I mean, in terms of this room, just to say what we want to do. While I fully understand what you're seeking and what you're wanting to showcase, the goal really here is really talking about the system level innovation that we need to do. Now, it doesn't mean we don't need to look at what's happening on the ground. In the case of your initiative around travel and sustainable transport or sustainable travel and tourism, but in a way it's the place where we're talking about it more from a a perspective of how can we replicate, how can we ensure governance, how can we get capital deployed. And I'm working on a project that directly and indirectly can help, but it can't do that all over the world. So it's really about, we've got to find game changers that are working at a macro or a systems level, so other fund structures, other platforms, other mechanisms, and replicate them. That's what I'm seeking to do. And of course, it will do some direct investment, but it's got to be funded first. We've got to raise our capital and then put in place the funds and the technology and the people and the talent. So, but I do appreciate you coming in and, being part of this discussion, because, it is important that any sort of higher level, if we ignore the people on the ground, it's what's happened for way too long. So, I mean, but to be very practical, just before we close the room, just what exactly are you looking for?
I am looking for a fund to continue on community building in Southeast Asia, and yeah, that's the number one what I am looking for.
Right. So here's my advice: I've just been onto your website and I pulled it up on the platform, and I think the what is it? Tyona blog, that's it, isn't it? And I know that the tourism part is hidden somewhere in there, but I would try, if you can, of just making it really. I can see now, we rise through connecting social enterprise, which is exactly what we need to be doing. But I think if you can get some help and some support to really make it clear, so people can go onto the site and understand, here's what we do, here's our vision, here's how you can support us, here's why it changes lives. That's the level that is required. And I think that's really what you're going to need to get the support. And then what I would do is, again, you could do this on Clubhouse. I mean, you literally could say, people who care about, community building for these reasons, this is how you can support it. It's not just about give us money. It's actually, you need brain power and you need like system level support, because this is about building systems. It isn't about doing something on a localized basis and kind of that's it. It's about saying, how do we do something that can, actively put into an economy, that can actively deliver value. And then that could be around cleaning up the environment. It could be about providing jobs. It could be about, food systems, but by connecting the dots and making it, count on a community level, it's really, really important. But it's only important in terms of the SDGs, frankly, if we can do it at large enough scale and replicate it. So I would say, what you need to do is articulate that, or get help articulating it so that your message is super clear. Here's what we do. And listen, I've struggled with messaging for most of my life. Yeah, and still do, frankly. So I'm not saying it's easy, but that's what's needed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's really helpful.
Yeah, and I applaud what you're doing. I think it's really great. But it's, just back to, what we can do in this room, it's really about putting in place the resources and connecting the dots so we can do this on a systems level. Okay, so Gloria didn't come back. I don't know whether...
Steve, can I just ask a quick question, very practical question?
Sure.
You had said that you're going to close the room, which is kind of fine. It was so interesting. I'd like to stay on. I've got to go quite soon, but I'd like to hang on. So could you just say, what your plans are, please?
Sure. So what a great point to close the room on. So transformglobal.co is the name of the website of the initiative that I'm behind. And the goal is to create, I cheekily call it, a new World Bank, but better. And the concept of creating a new World Bank is way bigger than ultimately we could do or would do in the short term. But the concept is for an investment bank that can operate all over the world. It's really a cross between a multilateral development bank, a commercial investment bank, and an old-fashioned merchant bank. And a lot of people don't know what they are, but very simply, a merchant bank would invest into its own assets. Often it would be agricultural commodities or of kinds. For us, that would be media. So I've created two concepts for media platforms. One is called bigcrowd.net, and the other is called fundingtheglobalgoals.tv. They go hand in hand with the other aspects of this bank that we're seeking to create. And part of the objective of the bank is to create fund structures and platforms that are truly at scale and move the needle and fill important funding gaps to address the Sustainable Development Goals. So I spent 15 years come October, November on this idea. It's been in multiple different forms and it's been progressive. And ultimately, it's still a big idea until it gets funded. But I'm in the process now of raising equity. It will be several stages that add up to about 50 million sterling. But the first stage is 2.35 million. Then there will be some donor and grant money, and then essentially a 50 or 40 million of equity raise. But the goal that kicks off those media platforms and puts in place the talent and the resources to then do multiple additional raises for the bank to make it fit for purpose and scale, and also a fund that we've designed called the SDG 360 Game Changer Fund, which would be the largest impact fund created if it was done now. It hopefully by the time we do it, it still will be, but it's not really about that. But it's designed to create something that is fit for purpose. It's designed to be a 9 billion sterling blended capital fund that can list within 2 to 4 years of launch, and is designed to both invest in new platforms and initiatives, including the kind of things Indy was talking about. It's designed to invest in market-based impact investment, as well as a very innovative approach to fill the funding gaps, and we call it the butterfly basket portfolio structure, which will do early, mid, and late stage. And I'm just, for those who see the live stream, I'm just going to go back to the image that explains what that butterfly basket portfolio structure is. And it's where you do a lot of early stage investing with organized help and support and progress through multiple stages. So you essentially can still make money for the fund, but you do it in a way that isn't looking at the individual deal, but more the collective activity in a very organized, sort of process-driven way that captures a lot more data and has a lot more human approach. So yeah, very simply, it's a really big idea to create a new institution that can catalyze many others and can do so profitably, but over time, and where it can incentivize many thousands of people who would work for it over time, not just with their financial reward, but the impacts that they generate. So we call it restricted impact options. So they would have share options that are linked to the social environmental impacts that are targeted being achieved. So, but as I mentioned, what we're doing is 3 times a week. So tomorrow, 8:30 UK. And to be honest, the invites only went out, or some invites went out. More will go out this afternoon. I know tomorrow won't be a well-attended event. I have done a couple of them about 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. But the goal now is to do it 3 times a week throughout August. So Monday, Wednesday, and a Thursday. Monday at 8:30, Wednesday at 4 p.m., Thursday at 9 p.m. UK time, all of UK time. And that is really to explain the plan, to show people the slides. They can come onto the Zoom call or the Zoom meeting and be part of it and be part of the Q&A. They can watch the live stream because it'll be live streamed simultaneously, or they can listen in on Clubhouse. And if they can listen in on Clubhouse, they can watch the live stream and still be part of the Q&A without visually being part of the call. So that's what we're doing. The goal is to get it funded really by September, so that we, in October latest, with the first chunks of money, so that we can go into the climate talks, the COP, later this year in November, to show not just our own system initiative to reinvent finance to fund the global goals, but many others as well. So that's the media aspect, like Bloomberg or CNBC, but for the SDGs. So, Jay, I hope that answers your question, and thank you for asking it. Does that make sense? Is that of interest to you?
Oh, absolutely of interest. When you say 8 o'clock, do you mean 8 o'clock UK time in the morning?
Yeah, that's right. So the idea is to capture different time zones. So 8:30 UK time Monday, tomorrow, then 4 p.m. Wednesday, and then 9 p.m. Thursday UK time, so that we can get Asia and we can get people from the States and people from other locations, Australia, for example. Or one of those time zones fits absolutely everybody. So hopefully that makes sense.
That's great. Thank you so much for explaining that.
And Jay, the registration, if you want to participate, you can go onto my Instagram profile. At the top, there's the link tree, and one of the pages there should take you to the invite. So you can sign up. And just to say, why we will of course be talking about other entities, that this could fund. That's not the focus. The focus is really talking about what needs to happen. What is it? How will it work? How will it be funded? What the opportunities are? There's incredible. What I figured out is how to give people shares in the friends and family allocation for those who introduce the first stages of capital. So people, even if they're not investors, because this won't be a retail investment. It's sophisticated high net worth, unfortunately, and aligned impact funds and partner organizations. It can't be retail because it has complexity and therefore it has some risk. And as much as I love it to be available to the public, there's no existing crowdfund platform that would meet our needs to do that. So I've decided in the initial stages it won't be, but for sure there is ways that people can participate, and as you'll learn, big crowd, when that comes to fruition, the subscribers can earn on that platform. So it is an initiative that can support individuals and their projects all over the world. So it's really pretty exciting. Okay, so Divine wanted to come up, so I've happily brought you up just before we close the room. Did you want to say anything?
No, I don't want to say anything.
Okay, well in that case, if that's all right, I will put you back down. Jacob went, unfortunately. He was, he wanted to speak but couldn't stay around. So anyone who wants to say any final closing words? Elvis, you're flashing your mic. Would you like to make a comment just before we close it?
Sure, Steve. Thank you ever so much for that. Just to add, just for those who might also want to chime in, and also to you, Steve, I just sent you an email later on tonight about 8:30 UK time. Would all be gathering friends and friends of the Octopus Lounge to talk on more partnerships, and it'll be good to have you moderate in the lounge also to make more awareness of what you're doing, and let's see how we could stir up more collaboration as we go along. Thank you very much, Steve.
So Elvis, sorry, the Octopus Lounge, could you?
Yeah, Octopus Lounge. I think you've been in the lounge at the early stage as well. We got started in the lounge. We keep days open. It's going to be the E-Hub. We have two lounges, the Octopus Lounge, E-Hub, and the Laid Back Lounge, but it will be on the E-Hub. I sent you an email with the link, and you could also find the lounge within my bio.
Right. I will. What I'll do is, just so I've got it, I will screenshot your bio and find it there. Sometimes it's a lot to actually, as you're probably aware. In fact, I'm going to switch to. Just give me a second on the live stream. I'll switch so you can, so people can see it as well. So there we go. So that's on my on the live stream. So where are we? Octopus Lounge. There we go. Here we go. So consolidation through the power of 8:30. So I've set my reminder, now whether I can stay for long, I'm not entirely sure, because I've got a really busy day, and then my girlfriend who's working today, she'll be home, so we'll probably be eating around about that time. But if I can jump in, I will for sure. And but listen, I really appreciate, and Jamoke, also in terms of the Instagram, if you check out my Instagram, just to let you know, just to be absolutely sure I am correct in what I'm saying. So at the top of my Instagram, there's the link tree, and yeah, so it's the third link. So Zoom event registration, actually it says Thursday, but if you click it, it will take you to the registration for the other events that are, which is Monday is the next one coming up. So yeah, it's there. So so if you click that, it'll take you directly there. And yeah, so this has been a really fantastic room. And although I think I'm not maybe the perfect live streamer, for anyone who watches this live stream back, I sincerely apologize. I think it needs an awful lot of work with the tech, and at some point, hopefully, the goal is to get someone who's like to do this in a studio, and to do it with a technician and one or two other people who participate on that live stream. The goal is to do that as funding the globalgoals.tv, and therefore it's a different kind of experience where you've got others who are, for example, bringing the websites up and making the tech work. And so my head often is looking down at either my phone or my computer, and it's not looking at the camera. So or my eyes are not looking at the camera. So these are all things that can be sorted. But initially, I figured I'd do it this way, and I'm going to do it because it's just an easier way of making a recording, make it available for people who want to go back and listen. And because I'm pulling up, the Clubhouse app as well on the live stream, for those who've not had a look at it, if it's still working, I believe it is. Yeah, so it should give people an ability to see who's speaking, which I think is the important thing. And just to say, I am recording, obviously, as people can see, but it is important to get people's permission as well. So if people are not happy, then just let us know, and we'll edit that out in the the recorded version. Okay, so anybody else want to say anything before we close up? Dr. Jamoke, you came up, so did you want to say anything?
Yes, please. Can I shoot?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Dr. Jamoke. It's a pleasure to be here today and to listen to everyone. The project is really very timely, and it's going to be a good alternative to go to. And I really am can get so that we can have access to other sources of funding for all our projects. Good luck, as we all support you and we all get support as well. Thank you. I'm done speaking.
Dr. Jamoke, that's so kind of you. I mean, this is one of the things where, often people forget, I'm a guy with a big idea, but until this is funded, it hasn't been easy at all. And all the support, all the help that I've had, it's been hugely appreciated. And it's the kind of thing that even if money is short on the ground, sometimes encouragement can go a long way. Although, of course, this has to be funded as well. And that's what really the focus is now, getting the collaboration, getting the support that really crystallizes what I've been doing for all these years. And, some people ask the question, why has it taken so long? And they would be quite right. Many things that take long, it's a sign that they're not good. But equally, I would argue that things that take a long time, sometimes they are better because they've been tested, and the mettle of the people behind them gets tested quite a lot. The ideas get stress tested. But my belief is it shouldn't take so long. It shouldn't be so difficult. Too many people currently die on the road, and meeting the resistance that people like I have met and many others have met. So the whole point of this project is to make it easier for others. It won't be, super easy, but easier. And if we can do that, and if we can collaborate in the way that you're suggesting, and I know is possible, then we can change the world. And frankly, anything less than that doesn't do our future generations justice, and certainly doesn't do nature justice, and it certainly doesn't do ourselves justice. So with that, I want to thank everyone and just say it's probably time for me to close up. It's 4.5 hours this, and I've got quite a lot of other things that I've got to do today and prep for tomorrow. So so Jennifer, just to let you know, you go to my Instagram, at the top of my Instagram. So you could also just go to the transformglobal.co website, transformglobal.co, and then at the top there should be a link that says for the events, and you go there, it'll take you to the events page on the website, and you should be able just to go in and register, and then you will get the Zoom details automatically. So hopefully that answers that question, or you can do it via my Instagram as well. So so everybody, thank you so much. Hopefully that answers all your questions, and it's been amazing. I want to thank everyone. It's just, again, I feel so privileged to have found Clubhouse and all of you as a result. So with that said, I'm going to close the room. I'm going to close off the live stream and say thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Well done, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Nice to meet everyone.
Yes. Have a great weekend, Steve.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks. And Elvis, I'll
Let's
try
keep
and join you tonight. Okay. See you later.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve.
Okay,
Let's
bye-bye.
keep networking, guys. Awesome.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Sure. Bye, everybody.